thank everybody for coming. My name is Eliza, your host. This is Eliza Havoc, and we have a very, very special show that we're doing today. Now, usually, for anyone that has noticed, I usually do not do too many shows at one time. And yes, I did a show yesterday for a very, very special guest. But today, I'm also doing another show for two special guests, as we can see here. So, this is my TikTok family, y'all. So, this is Mike the Voice. Well, okay, this way. This is Mike the Voice
Hello.
and
How you doing?
Auntie down here, okay? So this is Auntie Nightshade. But you know what? For Kim folk, we just gonna sit there and say auntie, okay? So
Thank you.
while we're going ahead and getting it started, I would like Mike to go ahead and introduce himself. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then I would like you to go ahead and go to Auntie, okay?
Word. Hello, everybody. I am Mike the Voice. I am a avid TikToker. Y'all probably know me from there. But before that, I am from Nashville, Tennessee. An award-winning, multi-nominated spoken word artist. I've been all over the southern region. Just doing things, doing stuff to empower Black women for anti-bullying. But right now, my current journey, I'm just real heavy on the growth and the healing and the unification within the Black community. So there you have it.
And I'm Auntie Nightshade, also on TikTok, 5 profiles in. Old school Gen Xer, 50 years old, married happily, originally from Dallas, Texas, now residing in the Midwest. And the way that I'm wired, I shoot straight from the hip. I don't pull no corners, and I'm straight with no chaser.
And you know what? That's the only way to be. So we love it. Okay, so Um, usually what I do with my shows is that I'll have the first 30 to 45 minutes talking about healing, but this is a special show today. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go right directly to our topic of discussion. Okay. Do Black men really hate Black women, or is that just what they want us to think? Okay. So, with that already being our topic of discussion, would you guys like to go ahead and give me your views on that?
Mm.
Nephew, you want to get started?
I'll go ahead and start it. Um, in my honest opinion, the whole thing about Black men hating Black women is 100% false. If that was the case, well, number one, why would I be talking to Black women right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just be honest. I honestly think that that is just a huge false narrative that's being displayed all over social media, that's being displayed all over the media, displayed in society. It's all for people think that people like me are crazy for saying this, but really, it really is part of an agenda. Like you don't really like people at the end of the day, people know how strong we are
Mhm.
when we are together. When we as Black men and Black women are together, when we as Black men and Black women actually unite and are on the same page, our history has shown that we are an unstoppable force when we actually are on common ground. But
Mhm.
and knowing that, that is why outside forces do not want us to be that way anymore. That's why they are doing their best to keep us divided, to keep us separate, to keep us going in different directions. And that's why you see that now you had now there's this whole fantasy about Black men hating Black women. Now are there now true enough, are there some that really don't have Black women's best interests at heart? Yes, absolutely. Are there some that really truly do hate Black women? Yes, absolutely. But to sit here and say all of us hate Black women, that is false. That is unproven. Like I wholeheartedly disagree with anybody that believes that.
In my personal opinion, I'm not going to say that they hate us. They hate the way that we move.
Mm.
Mm,
They hate the way that we move. And also to add to that, I feel like because a lot of them deal with arrested development.
Mm-hmm.
And in arrested development, a lot of them are stuck in the place where they got hurt at and have not evolved past that. And in them not evolving past that place where they got hurt, you essentially have either a young adolescent or a mid adolescent or a late adolescent stuck in a body that may be 30 years old, 35 years old, and so
Mm-hmm.
on and so forth. And they are more comfortable.
Hey, it's okay.
They
He
are,
dropped. You can come back in. I don't know if it's fine.
and in my personal opinion, some people are more comfortable with sitting in chaos as opposed to moving forward.
Very true.
They're afraid of the notion of what they will look like when they are healed. And with us as a collective of Black women, and I'm going to say, preface it with this, there is a group of Black women that they also are dealing with arrested development as well.
Mm-hmm.
But those of us who are fully cognizant of who we are and we have evolved and are continuing to evolve, these fellas who don't want to evolve are basically using triangulation to try to basically, well, you don't want to play with me, so I'm gonna take my ball and go home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the behavior that's being exhibited.
Hence the passport bros.
Mm. Well, if you guys like, we can go ahead and bring them up too, but not quite yet. You know, at least give everybody a moment to go ahead and grab their wine and sit there and go ahead and have a sip, okay?
And you know what? Let me go get a refill my 21 and up juice.
I see. I like it. 21 and up. Well, I just want to go ahead and put it out there that this
Uh,
show, my shows are all 21 and up because, look, a lot of times my mouth has no filter, and whenever my mouth wants to go, I let her go. So there are a lot of things
yeah.
that I talk about on here
And
that.
I had my legendary Dragonite chalice right here.
Hey,
So
you know what? That challenge is dope. Okay, I want that challenge. That is dope. Okay. But because I mean, technically, I had something like that, and then I had it put up, and now I feel like I should have went and got it. But that's okay.
I actually picked this up at a like a spiritual store, like like where they it's where I get like my beads and my arrowhead stone, and I just happened to look on the shelf. And I just seen this chalice right here, and with this dragon, and in fact, I actually went with my daughter. And my daughter saw it first, and she was like, "Daddy, get that!" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, and I saw it. I was like, "Wait a minute!" And I just see this chalice right here with this big dragon eye staring right at me, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, I got to have it.
And
I
look,
got to have it."
I'm gonna need that when I come to visit Atlanta, sir.
Okay. I'm telling
No,
you.
not for sale.
Well, you know what? We actually we go to the metaphysical shop as well, and honestly, I have a bookcase that's in the back. And if you all were able to actually see everything that was on that bookcase, there's about 37 tarot decks. There's cards about all. There's
wow,
about all kind of stuff. Cards about all kind of stuff. Usually I that's my little secret stash. Plus my cane.
Right.
Oh, she got a cane.
Well, yeah, I have canes. So this one actually belongs to my husband because he has family that were. Now we'll go ahead and sit there and say, well, we can say Masonic, but it's really just a knowledge of esoteric information.
Yeah.
So we have
what's
another. We have a dragon.
What's recognized means not to be explained.
Exactly.
That part.
So mine was more so for a something completely different, but honestly, this glows, it lights up, and I had this for an event that I was doing when I went ahead and I dressed up because I went ahead and made my clothes and stuff like that, and I dressed up like I'm trying not to sit there and say the name. Well, I guess I can go ahead and say the name. I don't think I need to tell y'all. Y'all know who it is, right?
Oshun.
Mm-mm.
Or Yemaya.
Mm-mm. Now, mind you, those colors, I'm always in yellow and blue. Always. But
Okay.
that was for dang it, now the name just popped. Hold on, give me a second, because now I gotta remember it was right there and I should have said it.
You had a brain fart. You're good. Take your time.
Well, okay, the Barum.
Oh.
Oh.
So yes. And that is a whole nother conversation for another day on that kind of experience and how I was like, oh, I know that person. I've seen that person. Oh, that's what that is? That's not a person.
Mike with a plan.
So I had to learn a few things, but yes, that's where I got that. And I actually have the top hat is in my walk-in closet. So but so there are certain things that we are all drawn to that just kind of sit right, connect with us. And there are a lot of things that, it's one of those we know a little about a lot, we know a lot about a little. It just, if it pops out, it pops out. If it doesn't need to be explained.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give Auntie a minute so she can go ahead and get back in here.
Okay.
I think her thing was acting funny, but I do want to also go ahead and say that, as far as my opinions, I've never been one to believe that all Black men hated Black women. I've never been one. Look, like I was sitting here and stating earlier, at my past jobs, this is from being a dancer to being a bartender, I have met countless kings. And I say kings and Black men and understand there is a difference. So I've met countless Black men. I've met countless kings. I've met countless gods. So there is a difference amongst all of them. But when I sit there and I tell you the pull that is almost instantaneously there, once they walk into a building, it's natural that the first thing they're looking for is something that looks like them. There could be plenty of beauty, don't get me wrong, but naturally the first thing we're gonna look at is, what looks like us. Okay, what is it that we feel like we can vibe with, we can talk with, that kind of takes a lot of the pressure off as far as being able to break the ice and
basically being able to see your reflection.
Exactly. Make sure that it's received appropriately. So when it comes to that, I've seen that so much that you can't convince me that these men hate these women. Now, when it comes to the passport bros, I'll say this. I think that these men are, honestly, I think what it really comes from is that it comes from a fear of taking accountability.
Yes.
And it's not just the fear of accountability, it's the fear of, what is my position now? Because if it was at one point in time, the man was the one that made the bacon, so to speak. He was the one that went out there, worked, hustled, he was the brute force of the unit. Okay. So if now there are women that are in that, because let's be honest, a lot of this generation or the generations that we have now, a lot of them can't build a house from scratch. A lot of them don't know how to go and chop down wood. You sit there and tell them to chop down a tree, and you sit there and give them some money. The first thing they're doing is sitting there and trying to go and get, they try to make it as convenient and as easy for them as possible. They're trying to sit there and get like a log splitter or, like a, all these other kind of things. But
look, what's the term that I use, Mike? What's the term that I use?
You have so many.
Weak need
jelly bag.
Yeah.
There you
go. But here's the deal. But what's so funny? Like I kind of smirked when I still smirked when you were talking about chopping down trees, because one thing that I don't think I've ever told anybody is that I once upon a time when I was little, I was chopping down trees. And I wasn't doing it with no chainsaw. I was doing it with a whole axe.
Yep.
Chopping down. Yes. Yeah. And honestly, that I will say that is one thing that my stepfather did teach me. He did teach me how to chop down a tree. he took me out, and there was I still remember one of the house that we used to live in. There was this small tree. It was like a medium-sized tree, and he showed me how to swing the axe one time, and then after that he was like, "Oh, okay, I need you to take what I showed you and chop down this tree." And when I tell you, it took every single ounce of me to like, I was sitting there chopping down this tree. I was sitting there hacking at this tree, hacking at it until I finally found out like what he was talking about. And so I was like, okay, there is more to it than just swinging the axe.
Mm-hmm.
I had to position it a certain way. I had to strike the trunk a certain way. And so once I figured that out, I was like, when I tell y'all, the moment I chopped that tree down and I saw that tree fall, when I tell you, I felt like a freaking god.
Did you figure out how to notch it? Did you figure out how to make that notch where it will fall away from you?
Away from you, falling on top of you. Yeah.
Yeah, my granddaddy taught me that when I was 15.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Matter of fact, I was 13 when I helped him drop a transmission in our truck.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. You told me about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But see, initially what I was saying is that, nowadays we have a lot of men that honestly don't have that skill. We have a lot of men that really don't know how to work with their hands.
Look, Eliza, there are grown men my age and older that still don't know how to change a tire, that don't know how to put the donut on a tire. That is embarrassing.
Wait a minute, nephew.
It really truly is, because
want me to tell about my ex-husband?
Well, see, I was taught that from my dad, and my dad is 100%. My dad is 100% Native American. Okay, so I was taught a lot of things from my dad, and one of the first things he taught me was everything about cars that he felt that we should know. So we would never be stranded on the side of the road having to wait for anybody to sit there and try to come and save us.
Right.
Okay? But it kind of goes back to initially what I was saying with, there are a lot of skills that men back then used to have that a lot of this generation doesn't have anymore. And it's not really so much that the information is dead. It's just not as prevalent in the schools or in the upbringing or things of this nature. Hold on a second.
Take your time, love.
She's right though. I mean, but she is right. Like,
yeah,
a lot of the stuff that should be taught. Like a lot of the stuff that we as men should be taught. Like, is not. I don't know. I guess for whatever reason, in this society, a lot of people believe that we as men don't need to learn that no more. Either we don't need to learn that anymore, or they feel like there's no desire for us to learn it.
Hold on, let me qualify what you're about to say, nephew. It's not that it's not being taught. A lot of the fellas don't want to learn how to do it because they're too worried about getting dirty.
Wow.
You know what? I'm gonna get to that in a minute. But and this is just to finish my statement because y'all know I'm long-winded. I'm sorry.
You good.
My son is sitting here and he's having a meltdown where he wants some attention, so I had to go and give him a little bit. But it's not so much. It's that. Plus, if we already don't know how to do this, then the only thing I have left to identify as a man is being able to sit there and work and get this money. They were never taught that, a lot of women identify you as a man if you're there to be involved with your son, because we can't raise boys. I mean, we can raise boys, but we can't turn them into men because we're not men. A lot of it has to do with, showing other young people how to be able to handle their business, even if finances are not there. I had a friend of mine sat there and he was very, very transparent, and he was sitting there and telling us how he's been homeless for the last 3 years. No one knew. He sat there and said he hustled up and he did what he needed to do to go ahead and make enough money to go ahead and get them a van, and him and his family a van. They've been living in the van every night, but he makes sure that he's somewhere where he can go ahead and he has extra money to make sure the clothes are clean. That they are sitting here, their bodies are getting clean, that they can have a shower, a bath, they can have breakfast at any and all times. And he doesn't pander on the street because of the way he set stuff up. Even in what looked like a really shitty situation, he did that shit so smooth that no one ever knew he was homeless ever. He's still sitting here working a corporate job, getting a paycheck, doing this and that. And now he has finally saved up enough money to where he's actually going to get an RV. So that way, he's homeless, but he's houseless, but he's not homeless. Because now the RV has everything that is needed, with access to, convenience. So understand, even as a man, even as a situation that looks so dire to where you would sit there and think, well, fuck, what am I supposed to do as a man? As a man, he was still able to go ahead and get it together. He was still able to be level-headed. He was still able to sit there and say, okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and try this. If this don't work out, we're going to try this. And I'm not going to stop pushing until this is done, because I'm not only doing it for me, I'm doing it for them. You know what I mean? Carrying on that weight. And here's the thing. I think a lot of these adult males are, one, afraid of actually really carrying the weight. They think that the only responsibility that they need to have is responsibility of their job. Because you can honestly tell by the way they sit there and they procreate.
Auntie, what did you once hear me say about that? What did I say that these particular men want to do? Do you remember?
They want to be princesses.
No. Here's what I said. I said they want women to go back to the 1940s and 1950s while they remain in 2023.
Yep.
That's the problem with a lot of men today. They want women to go back to being the quote unquote traditional woman. But when the woman is asking the man to go back to be a traditional man, they don't want to do that because of the fact that they know what comes with being a what comes with being a traditional man. Being a traditional man means being a traditional man means that you have to take care of everything, and I do mean everything. Like you make all the money, you pay all the bills. If something broke, you the one that fix it. If the car breaks down, you the one that repairs it. You basically take care of everything. The only thing that the traditional woman needs to do is cook, clean, take care of the kids. That's it.
Yeah, honestly, real didn't even need to do all that shit. If she said she raised the kids well enough to where they had fear majority of the time, they wasn't fucking up shit. So she didn't even have to clean that much. She just had to sit there and like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna tell your daddy. And when your daddy get home, he's gonna take care of you. He gonna all they had to do was cook and make sure that food was right there as soon as this man came in, that if they wanted sex, it was there, whatever it is they needed for a load off, regardless of whether it was a pipe, regardless of whether it was whatever it was. And then the kids are what now? Seen and not heard.
That part.
So, I think that's what the problem is for a lot of these men. They really don't want the responsibility, and it scares them. And you know what? That's okay. I'm not judging anybody. That's okay. Hey, Clue, what's up, fam? But that's absolutely okay. My thing is this: is that if that's what's going on, the only thing I really ask these men is to be honest with themselves and admit it. Because first of all, you can't handle a problem until you realize it's a problem. Okay? Can't take care of shit till you realize there's something worth taking care of. So, and then secondly, then we need to look at a situation like this. If you want better, you're going to have to do better. Because mind you, when it comes to legality of things, the legality of things are still old-fashioned, which means the woman sits there and takes on a surname. and everything, all the bills, responsibilities usually are still in the man's name. That means if the woman happens to leave, if the woman happens to get divorced and all this stuff, not only are you stuck with all the utilities, all the bills, the entire mortgage, or whatever else, even if she gets alimony, that shit is still in your name and you still gotta pay for it, my guy.
Yep.
And this isn't including child support,
Mm-hmm.
but it goes to you now are financially responsible for everything. So I mean, the whole thing is that if that's what you're afraid of, be honest about it. Because if you're not honest about it, we can't heal it. We can't work together. You can't sit there and
Exactly.
express to me. And if you can't express to me, I can't sit there and provide a solution for you that's comfortable. Because now in today's time, we understand that we're able to do that. I want my husband to be able to be vulnerable with me, especially if I'm expected to also be vulnerable with him. Now, if there's, he said, "What the heck are you doing?" She said, "Hey, she drinking some water to the face, bro. That's what she doing."
Talking about me?
Yeah, that is a beautiful water bottle. And she said, "Look, water is
Thank
healthy.
you.
Okay, that's what she doing."
Yes. And this is bottle number 2 for the day.
See, mine is bottle number 3, the world's biggest damn
See?
Fiji bottle. This thing
And
is
I
big
got
as my whole
I got this big thing right here. So
But the
And
whole thing is a lot of people aren't ready to be honest. And that's one of the reasons
right.
why I'm so animate about healing, because I noticed that a lot of Black women, they have heard it, they realize it, they see it for what it is. He said, "Okay." They see it for what it is, but we also realize that there's a problem and we want to do something. We're tired of hurting. We're tired of crying. We're tired of being miserable. We're tired of being sad. We're tired of even feeling like everything is on our shoulders all the time. I'm be
Mm-hmm.
completely honest. A lot of women out here, yes, we are seen as tough. We are fucking tired of being tough all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's exhausting.
Mhm.
It's tiresome. If we
Look.
knew that we could give that responsibility to somebody else and we wouldn't have to micromanage, we wouldn't have to sit there and look, we wouldn't have to double check, we wouldn't have to ask, we wouldn't have to sit there and say, "Well, baby, I understand that you're gonna do it within 6 months time because I asked you, but I kind of need that done by tomorrow night at 12:04 p.m."
Right.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't need to wait 3 business years for you to do it.
Okay, exactly. We're
You
tired.
know,
And
and mind you, I was married to someone for 14 years, and he was 9.5 years older than me.
mm,
And the only thing that he really knew how to do was just dress in the top of the line of the most popular kind. He didn't know how to repair anything.
oh, that sounds like a woman. I mean, no,
He
no
didn't know
disrespect.
how.
I'm sorry.
Listen, he didn't know. He didn't know how to repair anything. He didn't know how to write a check. He didn't know how to balance a checkbook. He didn't know how to do any of that.
Oh, oh. Well, you know what? I retract my last statement because that don't sound like a woman at all. Because we gonna know something about finances, regardless of whether it's
No.
hers or not. We gonna know something about
He did
finances.
not. He didn't even know how to take an alternator off of the car that we had.
My daddy taught me that at 16.
And my grandfather taught me that at 13.
Hmm.
And I went out there, looked at the alternator, pulled that old alternator off, went to a pick your part yard, found the alternator that would work for the model of car that we had. I put the alternator on there, and he had the unmitigated gall to throw a temper tantrum because I was able to put that alternator on and get that car going.
And he wasn't. Okay, so Mr. Clue sat there and said, "But you picked him though." Here's the thing, Clue.
No, hold on. Let me go ahead and speak to that. I didn't pick him. He was suggested to me by my grandfather,
Mm.
Mm. Well,
and my grandfather suggested him to me because, and I quote, "It's not a good look for a woman your age to not have a husband."
And let me just say this right here. Let me just say this right here. And I've said this statement many times, and I've had people agree and disagree with this right here. How can the woman pick the man when it is the man that does the pursuing?
It's supposed to be.
You know what I'm saying? It's the man that does the pursuing. It's the man that chooses which woman he wants to go after. So how on earth did the woman pick the man if the man is doing the picking?
Because he went to my grandfather and asked my grandfather to hook us up.
Oh my gosh.
And he fronted to my granddaddy that he was a quote unquote end quote stable fella just by going on probably 2 to 3 plumbing jobs, and he faked it till he made it with my grandfather.
Well, they teach him that too. Fake it.
Yeah, which was that bait and switch stuff that I talk about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, my grandfather on his deathbed apologized to me for that. He apologized for that.
You know, it's bad whenever there literally needs to be an apology.
Right. And then the next guy that I was involved with drove for the public transit system that back home where I'm from. Mm-hmm. And you would expect for him to be a driver by profession to know his way around an automobile. He didn't even know how to put a battery on his own car, let alone did he have the tools to do so. Yeah. And he said, I would have paid somebody to do that.
Well, you know, that's okay, because as far as I'm concerned, if you actually have the finances to where you can go ahead and pay for services to be done, for me, that's the equivalent of you being able to, you know, have what is needed to go ahead and take care of that problem.
Right.
Me personally, I don't want to get my hands dirty. I mean, I'm a country.
That part.
So I mean, I'm the type that if nothing else, I'll look up on YouTube and sit there and figure out how to go ahead and get it done. I mean, shit. If you guys actually were able to look through my house, I actually built a makeshift fireplace. I'm redoing my floor, because I don't know if you guys can see my floor or not. There is baseboard on this floor because I'm actually about to go ahead and redo my floor, and I'm about to do some Billy bookcases on my back wall, and then I'm going to make a Murphy bed insert.
Oh yeah.
Now, me personally, I'm different. See, me personally, I love getting my hands dirty. I've been getting my hands dirty since I was 13. Since I was 10 years old. Like I said, chopping down trees, learning how to change a tire. You know what I'm saying? Mowing grass, I know how to mow the hell out of some grass. I'm just be honest with you. But I've been like anything hands on. I enjoy doing it. I definitely enjoy putting stuff together. Assembly is one of my favorite pastimes. I love putting stuff together. That's why, like, when it comes to when I used to be married, and I had and I had my daughter, and my daughter would want all these different play sets and these different Power Wheel cars and stuff like that. And every single time somebody would send us something like that, my ex-wife would sit there and be like, Mike, here you go right here. Yep. And I look at it. Honestly, I would honestly challenge I love putting stuff together, so much so to the point where if my baby girl got a play set or something like that, I wouldn't even bother looking at the instructions.
Right.
I would try to figure. I would try to challenge my brain to figure out how can I put this together without any help. Like, I love doing it. I love assembly. I love hands-on stuff. So
I'm not gonna lie to you. Whenever I sat there and I did that fireplace, I looked on YouTube. I said, "Oh, I can do that." I went out to Lowe's, sat there and got wood. Mind you, I'm sitting here seeing the wood. I'm doing measurements in my head. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting there paying for them to sit there and cut it. I'm sitting here looking. I literally sat there and spent time putting it on the floor there, making sure everything fit. And of course, my husband, babe, what are you doing? I'm doing it from the ground up because I need to see it. to make sure that everything's perfect.
Yeah.
Everything's perfect. Got home. Look, when I sit there and tell you I'm 5'1" and sat there and got my little happy ass up there on that ladder and was sitting there and screwing stuff into the
Yeah.
look, when I sit there and I tell you, and it's so funny because he's, you know, whenever we bought this house, I said, babe, I love this house because it has a lot of windows and it has wood floors. And I have a rule. I have to have fireplaces, windows, wood floors. Okay. I have to have French doors, but that's, yeah, you know, I can always change those later. You know what I mean? So these are my go-tos. Well, at least it was before, you know, when we bought this house. Now I'm a bit more practical, some other things, but my go-tos. So first thing I did, I said, oh, I like these doors. Okay, so I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to buy a French door. Going to put it there. Well, babe, that might not fit. Oh, it's going to fit. Look, one thing a woman has never said or never had a problem with, honey, if it doesn't fit, we going to make it fit.
That part. That part.
So,
That part.
Yes.
Yeah, no. So I'm like, okay. So then I sat there and had to redo, you know, the hinges, not just the hinges, but, you know, kind of spread it out a little bit.
The door face, the framework.
Yes, the door frame. Mm-hmm. So got French doors. He was like, damn, babe, that looks good. Thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So of course that boosted my little ego and my head up so much. So I'm like, okay, well, you know what, babe? We need a fireplace. Well, babe, do you want me to hire somebody to do it? This way, if it does not turn out the way you want it, you can have somebody to bitch at, or do you want to do it? I say, you know what? This is my house. This is my house. So I want to be able to put something into this house and make it look like a built-in that's not connected, because and I want to put it in the heart of my home. So this way it's really my energy that's going out. And I did it. It looked good. I'm picky because now I want to change the wallpaper. That's okay. But, you know, and now I literally went to IKEA, y'all, and I got 2 Billy bookcases. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little type of way about that, because then I realized I can go to Walmart, sit there and get the same type of shelving for fucking
could have. Could have.
Now, mind you, the Billy bookcases are still in their box. I have not taken them out. I'm trying to decide whether I want to return them or whether I want to put them somewhere else. You know, that's just not in my bedroom. But, you know, like I said, I'm sit there and take this, you know, these $30 things that's going to cost me what, maybe $120 just to sit there and do top shelves and side shelves. Being able to sit there and have some strings so I can sit there and have some strawberry plants. That way, you know, right above my bed, I can sit there and pick some straw, you know, dip them in a little something.
Right.
Yeah, you know. And then being able to have a Murphy bed that comes down to where, you know, whenever I don't want it seen, it's not seen, and it looks very nice and decorative, and I have plenty of room to go ahead and meditate, to stretch it, you know, to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And then whenever it's that time, you know, it's on a adult elegant type of level. And you know, that's my project for this year. And I love the fact that I have managed to find things like on Amazon. There's actually a kit that goes with it. I thought it was going to be more expensive. This kit is like $150 for a Murphy bed kit. And all you really need is the mattress and, you know, the box, like the box, so the bed can actually
the frame. Yeah.
That's all you need. And Look, I'm sitting here thinking I'm having to make it from scratch, and I'm gonna do da 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 da. And then I saw this, I said, "Oh, look at God." Obviously, he wanted me to have it because look, he wouldn't have presented me with something so beautiful,
right?
You know. So
let's see, my project for the summer is I'm going to change the countertop in the bathroom. I'm gonna change out the countertop and install his and her sink.
IKEA. Look. Hear me out.
Okay.
IKEA. Your whole countertop. Don't matter what it is. The square footage, and it's not having to go around like a real big thing. Square footage.
Yeah.
Baby, it's gonna be cheaper there. The same.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Anywhere else, I promise you. Not only that.
Thanks for that.
And they're nice look. They're really nice looking too. They're really nice looking.
I'm not gonna lie, baby. I'm about to redo my whole bathroom because I went ahead and I bought a garden tub just in case I'm gonna try not to get pregnant in my garden tub.
Well,
I'm gonna try. Yeah, no. Water is a very powerful
Well,
element. Okay, so yes, I'm hooking up the I'm hooking up the bathroom too, but these are things that I love doing. My dad loved doing it. I'm a daddy's girl. So these are things that I grew up finding joy and pleasure in. My husband, he is a mechanic. He also is a landscaper. Now that's something that he had to learn. So, but when I sit there and tell y'all, I have two huskies. Now it's two. I had my Valentine gift, which was my baby, Nanook. He's actually red and white.
Oh,
And then I went ahead and for another gift from a friend, I got a female puppy. This dog forever was sitting there trying to jump this fence. Look, when I sit there and tell you this dog had ups, honey, this dog can climb an 8-foot fence with ease. Okay.
mm-hmm.
But she ended up getting pregnant. And so I had my grandpuppy, and we ended up having to get, we ended up selling all the other puppies, making sure that they went to really great homes.
Uh-huh.
Be right back, y'all.
Okay.
All righty.
But they went to really great homes. But, there was one I kept, and my kids used to name him Bear because he actually looked like a little teddy bear. He black, white, he looked like a little panda bear. Not so much now. But, he's my grandpuppy. So he's the one that whenever I say I have a husky, everybody's like, oh, yeah, that one because he's black and white. And so I have one that is an Alaskan Malamute.
I do apologize. I will be leaving because one of my favorite artists is on television being interviewed.
Oh,
for the Super Bowl.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
And I'm getting ready.
We'll be here whenever you're done with your phone.
Okay.
I wanted to ask her who was it before I did that, but my mouth was full. But clue, just to let you know that what you were walking into, our topic of discussion tonight is: do black men really hate black women, or is that just what society wants us to believe? And we are giving our viewpoints. Personally, I think that's what society wants them to believe, because whenever you can sit there and if there's inner turmoil, or what is the old saying they used to have? You, in order to destroy something, you had to destroy it from the inside out. So I truly believe that, society tends to make things seem a lot more grandiose than they really are.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that there's not men that have personal opinions. That's cool. If a black woman isn't your, what's the word I want to use? If, she's not your, damn it, what's the word? I can't think of it right now. If she's not your top choice, let's say that top choice.
Yeah.
That's okay. Whenever
your preference.
Your preference, yes.
Yeah.
Whenever people sitting there saying black women are my preference, that's okay, because you know what? In my mind, that means that might not be your top choice, but it is one of the choices. You're not going to be like, oh my God, I can't even be in the same room with a black woman. That doesn't come to mind. That just means that, you know what? You have a certain, there's a certain idea or a certain standard. Yeah. A certain cup of tea. Whenever you sit there and see something else, that's absolutely fine. I mean, shit, for years, I was like that. I was like that because I made the mistake of sitting there and, well, I'll go ahead and be honest. Whenever I was growing up and I was seeing a lot of black males around me, these were the males that were in my neighborhood. They were males. They were not men. They were transitioning from teenagers to adult. And all I would see is they would be on the street, or they'd be on a neighborhood stoop, or in front of their house on a porch, smoking weed, sitting there talking about how they can't get a job. And I'm literally looking like, bro, I got 3. I mean, like, we are hiring right now. All you have to do is come in and, this when they have paper applications. All you have to do is come in and get an application. And then a lot of these men were like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, bro, if you don't have a car, I go to work. I can take you there. And they're like, no. But, any other time I saw them, once again, supposedly this is the problem, or at least this is the problem that's being presented, is that They can't get a job. I just sat there and gave you multiple solutions to your problem. My
Mm-hmm.
job is hiring. This job is hiring. Job 2 and 3 are hiring right now.
Mm-hmm.
Here is how you do it. If you don't have a way there, I can provide you transportation. I'm not asking for gas. I'm not asking for this. None of that. I mean, I'm not going to let you smoke in my car because, I mean, shit, police will still, a big problem. But,
Right.
Getting from point A to point B to sit there and attain a goal, that would have been considered a blessing. These were the same men that be like, nah, we good, shawty. We just gonna stay here. And then there were other boys that would migrate, almost like a fucking fly to a flame. They would migrate over there. And then they would all be smoking weed, sitting there talking about, yeah, we can't get no job. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are they putting in that shit?
That's because you see those particular type of black men are those that one they lack drive. When you have one that they lack drive, they lack desire, and let's just be honest, these are the type of black men that are comfortable in chaos.
Exactly.
You know, they know that there are easy solutions to their problems. I mean, let's just be honest, because you in this particular scenario, you handed it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the fact that they don't want to, because honestly though, if they really wanted to change their life,
they would.
The moment you said there were three opportunities, and then all you had to do was fill out an application, the first thing that should have came out of their mouth was, okay, where do I go? Where do I go to fill out this application? But because of the fact that they didn't want to do that, see, they are again, because of the fact that they don't want to do it. So they're comfortable. Unfortunately, amongst us black men, we just have some of us that they are just okay with being nothing.
Right.
At the end of the day, that's just the God honest truth behind it.
I mean, it's sad, but
it is.
This is what I was seeing whenever I was, 14, 15, 16, 17. So this was, in my opinion, some of the most prevalent time for me to see a black man in his prime. But this was all I was seeing. And, for me, it was just kind of like, why would I want to go over there when they don't want to do anything? All they want to do is smoke. I don't smoke. Honestly, I really think the main reason I don't smoke also stems from that time as well.
Mm-hmm.
But because I used to literally wonder, what the fuck are they putting in that shit to where these men do not want to do nothing? This homie over here don't want to do nothing, bro. I just sat there and told you I would sit there and talk to my manager. I'm pretty sure, and I'm cool with everybody. So yeah, I could have got you on even before you were done with the application.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever did anything.
But check this.
And then it got to where one of the jobs I was at, there was one that this man dressed up every day, came to work every day. He didn't smoke. He didn't do any kind of drugs. He didn't have it. Well, his vice was drinking, but I didn't know it at the time. That's absolutely fine. He wasn't an alcoholic, but he'd like a glass of wine every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And handsome black man. But at that time, I mean, the other group kind of fucked it up for me a little bit. So I wasn't really looking at him like that for real. And worked with this man for 2 years. He cool as a fan. He was good people. He always had good vibes, good energy. I used to love just hanging around, because he was cool. Now, actually, it wasn't just him. There was another one, and he was engaged. And when I sit there until you saw his girl, oh, she was beautiful. She was one of the most beautiful. I think that was the first time where I literally kind of looked at me like, maybe my body is out of sorts because she bad. I mean, she bad like Michael Jackson bad. Okay, she bad. All right. Hey, what's up, brother? You finally came up.
What's going on?
Hey.
What's happening?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Y'all go ahead. I'm just coming in.
But it got to the point where this guy was taken, but he was always talking about how he loved his girl so much, and I'm just like, dude, that's beautiful, because the dude I was dealing with, this dude looked like a ghost, and when I say he wasn't shit, the epitome of ain't shit. He wasn't even the dark color in shit. Nothing. Okay. Nothing.
Not the dark color in shit. Oh no.
Yes. Nothing.
Ooh.
So it got to the point where, you know, eventually, like a couple years later, I actually had a Facebook post and I said, you know what, I want to go out to the movies. Who wants to go out there with me? Mind you, dancing at the time, money not an object. Had plenty of money, but I wanted somebody to hang out with. Not on no, type of predatory level. What that means is I didn't want nobody looking at me like a piece of meat. I dealt with men that looked at me like that all day long.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted somebody that I could have fun with.
Mm-hmm.
And this person happened to hit me up and he was like, oh, okay, I'll sit there and join you. Mind you, like I said, I'm used to having money and sitting there and taking care of everything. First time, this man was like, no. He said, I understand you got money. I got it. I've already taken care of it. Hi, Herb. And, excuse me. He was already like, no, I got it. So, of course, I'm sitting here and in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, so if you got the movies, I got the treats or, the box office or, the concession stand, which we all know sometimes be more expensive than them damn movie tickets. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what he did, he sat there and we had a little conversation on, if I were going to go out there, what would I want to eat? He snuck out there, got it all, came back and was like, oh. And I was like, really? He was like, well, I had to go to the bathroom and, I was just hungry. So I just kind of figured I'd go ahead and get it, And what I realize now, he was being gentlemanly without, seeming too gentlemanly. He was trying to make it real casual. So I was like, okay. Oh, we're doing fine, honey. So then it got to the point where we started hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, whenever we hung out, we would do things like we would go to poetry hearings, we would go out to eat, we would go to the skate park, we would go to the movies, we would do fun stuff to go just hang out. And the thing I loved about it is that I never, even though later on I found out that he was looking at me with, kind of lustful / desirable eyes, he never pursued that. He always kind of laid it out and waited for me to sit there and make any major choices. And it got to the point where we were hanging out so much that people just insinuated that we were dating. And we never really corrected him.
Mm-hmm.
So when it really hit me was whenever we went to a poetry hearing and there was this other dude, there was a guy and fairly attractive guy. And I went to say hi to him. And he said hi. And then he looked at my friend. And I guess my friend gave a look. So he said, it was nice to meet you. I'm going to go ahead and go about my way. And I'm sitting here like, wait. What's going on? What's going on? Well, your man over there ain't really appreciating the fact that I'm talking to you. I said, oh, well, I'm single. He said, yeah. Does he know that? He said, you know, it don't matter if he does or not. Obviously, you all know each other. Whatever's going on ain't my business. I'm going to go this way. It was nice to meet you. Have a great day. So, once again, first real image of another black man being respectful of another black man over a black woman. I ain't never seen it before, but I was floored, okay? And mind you, I was turned on while I was rejected. It was a very weird feeling. Because it was just okay. So then they had me look at my friend. And then something that happened like 30 minutes later, there was a coworker I had, and she was just, oh my God, that man is so fine. And I'm like, she was talking about my friend. I'm like, yeah, he's pretty attractive. Yeah. He is. And so whenever I went onto the floor to read some poetry, she tried to come up and sit there and say, oh, well, can you give me a drink? He looked at her. He said, you need to move. She's like, what you mean I need to move? He said, I have a drink there. It's waiting for my lady friend. You are not her. You are in her spot. You need to remove yourself. By the time she comes back, you need to be gone. Mind you, I didn't know the entire conversation that happened until later. Like I said, we were coworkers. So later on, I'm hearing about, oh, girl, look, he just sat there and shut me down. I don't know what you done put on him, blah, 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 blah. Mind you, we never slept together. Nothing like that. I don't know what you done put on him, but you know, oh girl, he all infatuated with you. What do you mean, girl? Look, he sat there and shut me straight down, blah blah blah. Girl, no, he wouldn't say anything like that. She recorded it. Literally.
Wow.
Like, oh,
Wow.
no, I was floored. I was just okay. You know, now in my mind, okay, things are kind of changing. Now there is a dynamic that I wasn't seeing, but obviously it's smack dab in the front of my face. I can't sit there and deny this. And I tried to have a conversation with him. Try to have a conversation with him. Actually, at his dad's wedding with his stepmom. This is after meeting stepmom, and she sat there and made the comment that she wanted me to go ahead and give her some grandbabies because obviously from what she heard from me, I was already such a great person, and obviously I wasn't going nowhere. We're just friends, right?
Right.
And then I have this conversation with his entire family at the table at the wedding. And they're like, oh, you're his girlfriend. Okay. I mean, as long as I know that's what my role is, I'm more than happy to pick up that mantle. Because now, after all of this, that's kind of where I'm wanting to go too. So what I did is that night, I actually asked him, said, hey, so, you know, kind of what are we? Because we were friends and we were sitting there and taking up, we were taking up a certain role. And now it seems like things have shifted. And he said that we were I was his friend girl. What the fuck is a friend?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah. He sat there and told me that I was a friend girl, and I was like a girlfriend, but I wasn't a girlfriend. Now, hold on. Now I look back at it. What it was is that he was afraid of being rejected by calling me his girlfriend because he felt that he was imposing a role on me that I didn't really, you know, express interest in having. But the only reason I didn't express is because I wasn't trying to make anything awkward. And yeah, so we ended up separating from that. And then I ended up getting with my husband. And, you know, he wasn't afraid to sit there and tell me, look, hey, he says, I know you've been in relationships, but look, I'm going to sit there and be 100% frank. I've been keeping an eye on you since you were 16. I never pursued anything because, you know, we were kids. I wanted to make sure that I was what I needed to be for me and then for you. I'm just letting you know, now I'm ready. So whatever you do with that information, it is what it is. But, you know, right now, I was already hurt before. So if you reject me, it's not going to hurt as much as it hurt before. I'll be all right. But, you know, if you're interested, hey, I'm here. So I'm like, okay. Well, obviously, we know what your ideas are.
Right.
There is no miscommunication. So, you know, I ended up going with my husband, and then later on, my friend sat there and hit me up, and he went to hit me up and he talked to my husband, and my husband was like, look, I understand y'all had history. That history is over. It's done with. Don't contact my wife. Understand that's not my girlfriend. That's my wife. Do not contact her again. Have a good day. And I was like, wow, okay, well, babe, there was a little. I wasn't gonna sit there and say there was a question I want to answer because, you know, I felt that would have been disrespectful to my husband. So I left it alone, let him do whatever. Later on, this friend sat there and hit my husband up, and he said, look, I'm not sitting there and trying to pursue. I'm not trying to ruin anything you guys have. I just have a question. After her and I, you know, things went really, really south. There was a young lady, and she has a lot of the personality traits as Eliza. And I'm just wanting to know, you know, kind of what do I do from here? Because I'm kind of scared. And then my husband and I both together, we kind of coached him into, you know what, we understand you're scared, but you're going to have to, this is where you get courage from. You know, it's okay to be afraid. That's absolutely fine. But, you know, courage is being able to sit there and express yourself the way you need to, even in the midst of that fear, even in the midst of the possibility of dealing with rejection. So, you know, after that, he got with a lady, and later on sat there and called my husband and said, you know what? He said, dude, I don't know you, but as far as I'm concerned, you like a brother to me because you sat there and you allowed me to get the woman I was, I'm with, your wife kind of helped me mold me into who I needed to be and blah, 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 blah. And I'm not going to lie. First, I thought he was sitting there trying to kiss a little ass. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
I was just like, sound good. Yep. Mm-hmm. He ended up being with our girl for a minute, and I guess she had kids, and she was in the midst of transitioning into having a man, but there were certain things that she couldn't get over, and he was more than willing to wait for her, but there were certain things that she couldn't get over, and so that she needed help with, and that's kind of when I kind of started with the healing processes. And he's just kind of like, well, you know what? I wish I had known that because I could have, walked her through it and then been there for her while she was going through it. And I said, well, that's okay because, life is a learning process.
Yeah.
My camera just got, it'll clear up.
There it is.
So,
yeah.
I mean, that was, that was kind of where that was. And that was the actual... I don't want to kick him. It's just his stuff is kind of, I'll just keep my pants on.
Well, I want to. Well, there's two things. There's two things that I do want to say. Like number one,
yes.
Like talking about like when you're talking about the like the first guy. Like my thing is this. See, this is why I say this is why I always tell people like when it comes to me. If I see you, I like you, I'm gonna go the hell after you. Like I'm not finna leave nothing up for chance. I'm not finna sit here and sit there and try to entertain you and try to give you these vibes like you are like I'm with you. But then when it comes time to actually solidify that and make it official, I'm like, oh well, you just my friend. No, I don't do that. If I'm around you and I feel like that energy is real and this is something that I cannot pass up, damn it, you mine. Like I'm not finna sit here and be like and be trying to second guess myself or be sitting here lost in my own thoughts, sitting there wondering to myself, man, should I go ahead and cop this one or not? No, if you give me that vibe and you give me that energy, then I'm gonna go ahead and just be like, look, like I feel I feel like we got chemistry. I feel like we got something. I mean, and I just want to know if you feel the same way that I do. Like I mean, if you want to take it there, then let's do the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't got time to be wasting on nobody. You know what I mean? And then number two, of course, like when it comes to pursuing somebody, yeah, you're gonna be scared. Yeah, there's gonna be that little bit of fear that you're gonna have. I think anybody that doesn't have that little ounce of fear is lying to themselves. Like even I have a little bit, even as courageous as I am. And let me tell you something. I'm not afraid to shoot my shot at any motherfucking body. It can look if Beyonce or Rihanna was single right now, and I saw Rihanna walking down the street by her damn self. Damn it, I'm gonna shoot my motherfucking shot. I don't care. At the end of the day, every woman is a human being just like me. Y'all eat, sleep, breathe, and shit just like I do. So what is it that I need to be afraid of? I get it though. I get it. Some women's presence is quite imposing. I get it. You look at some women and they are so attractive. You be having those thoughts in the back of your head. You sitting there thinking to yourself, man, am I even gonna win with this one? What's gonna happen? Do I even need to waste time pursuing? My thing is this: I would much rather pursue a woman and have her reject me, than for me to allow her to bypass me and not say a word, and then I'm sitting here left with that thought. What if?
Who could have been it, right?
What if? You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
No, I'm not. I'm not like no, man. Like everybody gotta at some point in time, and like an old man once told me when I was young, when it comes to you want to pursue somebody, sometimes you just gotta grab your nuts
Right.
and go after that woman.
Hey, sometimes it gotta be like that though. Real stuff.
Eliza,
I mean, whenever it came to my husband, yes, he did tell me that first, but I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I pursued the hell out of this man. I literally went to the point where I was stalking him. I mean,
Wow.
I was friends with his sister. I was friends with his sister, and I'm not gonna lie. As soon as I sat there and I started seeing him, I'm just kind of like,
Well,
so do I need to stop being your friend? Because I understand there's a girl code, but baby, I'm about to break it because that's all me right there. Oh my God. I was like, ooh, look here. And she was like, oh my God, that's my brother. And I said, look, you don't even, she goes, I said, honey, look, I just want to lick it to see if it tastes as good as it looks. That's all I want to do. Just one time. Just one time. Just one time for the one time.
Well,
I was like, that's my brother. I said, honey, he ain't my brother. At least not yet.
Ooh.
So,
Oh shit.
I said, honey, that's for you. I'm not asking you to go for it, baby. That's all me. Okay. I'm trying to be all up in that. She was like, oh my God, that's so gross. Well, what if I went, hi, Rosie. Hold on a second. Hello, beautiful.
Hi. I just have a question.
What's up, baby?
Why are people racist towards black people?
Honey, I don't know. Well, you know, that's because not everybody likes superheroes.
Yeah.
what do you mean by that? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
We
hear
hear
you.
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Rosie, what do you mean by that question, racist against black people? What does that mean?
I mean, us white people
Mm-hmm.
say the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
And
So?
I don't
What do you-
understand. I don't, listen to me. I don't understand why they say that word.
That's what you came up here to ask?
Yes.
Knowing the topic.
I don't think she knows the topic.
Okay.
Beautiful. My dear Rosie Wren, the topic is do black men hate black women? Or is that just, you know, what society wants us to think? It's
That's
okay.
I'm,
It's okay, beautiful.
I'm confused.
It's all right. Actually, Rosie, I do have a question for you. One, first of all, I miss your face. I love you. I miss you. So hugs and kisses. Mwah. I love you. And how are you doing?
Oh, I am doing good. I just went to SeaWorld for the first time in years.
Oh, okay. That's awesome.
You don't know, but my grandmother passed away last year, so
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry.
she had cancer.
Oh, baby girl, I'm so sorry. But I love you so much. But what I will do, is it okay if I go ahead and drop you down so we can go ahead and continue? And I'm gonna tell Exile that you sat there and you stopped by.
Oh, by the way, how come I'm not a moderator for the channel?
I don't know. Something was going on with my stuff yesterday, beautiful. I'm gonna have to remod you. If that's
Okay.
all right.
All right, I am in chat right now. If you
Okay.
want to do so.
Then yeah, I'll go ahead and remod you, honey bun. Okay.
All right, thank you. Love you.
You're very welcome, and I love you too, beautiful face.
Mwah.
Mwah. Bye, honey. Bye-bye. That is one of my autistic. That's one of my autistic.
I'm so.
best
I
friends.
apologize, Eliza.
So, and no, that's okay.
I apologize.
I knew where you were coming from, but I also knew where she was coming from, and
Yeah,
you know, she's my baby doll. So
I'm new to the channel.
she always.
I appreciated the question. You know, I was just kind of like, you know, knowing the topic. Like I'm like with Clue, I was like, you know, knowing the topic of discussion that we on. It was like, Yeah, that's an avenue that we will walk down another day, you know.
Yeah, it is. She's one of those that, in being autistic, there are a lot of things that really don't make sense. And one of the things I love
Mhm.
about her is that so many people are trying to be socially correct and politically correct, and she'll just come right out and say it.
Mhm.
Hello, goddess. How are you doing, my queen? You already know you always welcome up here. Hey, boo. No.
Wait a
Pull that
minute.
camera right on down. Pull it down.
No, that's why I'm late because I was in the middle of coloring my hair. Yo, we real black around here. It's all wrapped up
Go
in
ahead,
drying.
sis. Get it
We
together.
real
Get it
black around
together,
here.
sister.
I got it all wrapped
Work
up
it
with
out.
all the black girl oils sitting in there marinating.
Okay, don't even say that.
Work
I
it out,
had to
sis.
sit there and order some more on Amazon. And
There
I'm
you
ready to get
go.
here. 'Cause
But
my daughter's curls, they only have popping. And she's like, Mom, this, I'm starting to get friends. I said, oh no, honey, we're gonna have to hook you up so your curls can be popping, okay?
yes, nothing like healthy hair too. Beautiful
Yes.
and healthy
She
hair.
sat there and told me,
Yes,
she goes,
indeed.
Mama, I want to look like you. I want braids. I said, well, Mommy doesn't have braids. She has locks. She goes, well, Mama, I'm not ready for locks yet. I just want some braids.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
She's
Mm,
8, so she's okay.
Mike, I went back and I listened to a little bit of your commentary earlier because I am running a little bit late in viewing.
Mhm.
Really deep stuff, and love to hear from the other side. Like, I feel like the men's voices can sometimes get lost in these discussions and panels. So I
Mhm.
really take my hat off to Miss Elisa for having you on here to hear you guys' side too, you know?
Yeah.
Thank
But she
you.
seems like she holds that space. Like she's very much in the middle, gonna let everyone have their place. Um, to the topic though, Henny's gonna be so mad at me. To the topic, in a lot of ways I can say yes, and in a lot of ways I could say no.
Mhm.
Elaborate.
Can I ask a question? What makes you say yes?
So for me, I come from a family that's like the Million Man March. It's all men, right? And I want to say I love all the men in my family. I don't like have really any of those traumatizing stories that most people have.
Mhm.
I love and adore and was very much well taken care of by grandfathers, father, stepfather, uncles, cousins, all that stuff, right? So I'm not going to sit here and dog black men. I have great ones in my family.
Yeah.
But I also get to see the world without the lenses too, always being around men. Those times when they forget that there is someone listening and there is someone watching, right?
Mhm.
And for me, one experience that sticks out with me with my uncles, right, is they used to watch sports all the time. Do you remember the old school uncles? They listened to the sports radio in the car. They watched the sports on the TV, all the commentary playbacks and all that stuff. And there was an African American sports commentator, and this was the 90s. I was very little. And they're all sitting in the room around with each other, just talking. And they're like, I can't stand that BITCH. And I was just like, oh, and they're like, she's so strong. She's just like a man. That's why she doesn't like, certain people. And she talks about our favorite players. And, it's just like, why must Black women humble themselves and make themselves small to make certain other people feel comfortable? That's what I got out of that. And the funny
Can
thing
I answer that
was,
question? Can I answer that
yeah,
question?
go ahead.
The reason why they need to do this is because they are small themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They are small themselves. So in order for them to feel like the bigger person, they have to tear down those around them that are bigger than them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Can I interject?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, feel free.
I want to ask, what makes you think that the black men are hating the black women? Where's that coming
Hold on, I'm
from?
gonna be right back real quick. Actually, to answer that question, because I do have to sit there and go and put the tomatoes and the Italian seasoning and stuff real quick.
That sounds delicious.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does
I'm
sound
gonna let
good.
y'all
I ain't
see.
gonna lie.
I'm gonna let y'all see it whenever I'm done because I'm gonna bring a bowl in here. But to answer that question, We're just going off of initially what we are experiencing on social media, and that's one of the reasons that I presented the question the way I did. Because a lot of time on social media, this can be YouTube, this can be TikTok, this can be Facebook. There's a lot of there are a lot of people that are migrating to this topic of separatists. Men
Hmm.
don't like the women and the women don't like the men. And,
What do you
logically,
think
we
that's coming
understand.
from?
Well, logically, we understand that, okay, everybody has an experience. I don't care who you are. I don't care how old you are. Everybody has an experience that was considered a learning experience. This can be with a romantic partner. This can be from a coworker. This can be from another kid at school in a class you don't like. It doesn't matter. Everybody has some type of experience where you learned how to accommodate, you learn how to deal with, or you learned that you had strength not to deal with bullshit. It was just any kind of experience of controversy or resistance. And a lot of times, the older we get and the more prevalent we are to have romantic type of relationships, even if it's only romantic for 15 minutes. Y'all know what kinds I'm talking about.
Yep. Yep.
But when it comes to the romantic type of relationships, a lot of times there are certain ideologies that kind of leave people feeling rejected, feeling not enough, feeling unsatisfied, feeling, many different varieties of ways. But honestly, it boils down to feeling a fear of rejection in one way or shape or form. And this can go from a black woman telling a black man, well, you know what? I already have a job. I make the same money you do. So, fuck you sitting there and saying, what do you bring to the table? What do you bring to me to benefit me? There's going to be a sense of a fear of rejection. And when I say rejection, it might not appear on the top as rejection. It could be on the, appear as, oh, well, she's challenging me. Not
Mhm.
challenging in a good way,
Yeah.
as in, let me go ahead and aspire to sit there and be this. It's challenging as in, oh, she thinks she's better than me. Oh, well,
Mhm.
I'm not good enough.
Hmm.
I'm not this. Oh, well, she thinks she can do what I do. Oh, she thinks she just my favorite. Oh, you think you that bitch.
Hmm.
And, I used to always sit there and say, well,
But
obviously,
why do you have to be that bitch? Why can't you
right. That's
just
all.
be a woman?
Right.
Right.
Why can't it just be roles? Hold up. Why can't it just be roles? A man's role and a woman's role.
The main
There
reason
really
why
is no hate between the men and the women. It's
Mhm.
the battle is between people who believe in the roles and people who disagree with the roles. People who agree with this equality bullshit. That's what it is. It's the quality people versus the people who believe in the roles. It's not a
Okay.
Well,
hate between the
Clue.
men and the women.
Well,
This is my
Clue.
opinion. Yes, ma'am.
Clue. The
Yes, ma'am.
reason why I shared the story,
I'm gonna
right?
go ahead and do that real quick so I can go ahead and
Because
get this
Go
out.
ahead,
sometimes
sis.
we experience an aggression and we wonder with those experiences that we have with black men where there's an aggression like, wow, this is my brother, why is it like this? So it can make you question, like, we're supposed to be kindred, we're supposed to be on
You
the same side, on the same
want me to
team.
tell you why it's
We
like
kind of
that?
look to you guys for protection first before anyone else in the room.
You want me to tell you why it's like that, Miss 702?
Sure.
Because Miss 702, the women took the deal of equality, whereas the
Hmm.
men wanted to stick with the gender roles, which was working since the foundation of this country.
Hmm.
We're not equal. Men and women are not the same.
Hmm.
There are things that you are better than me at, and there are things that I am better than you at.
Let me ask you a question though.
But
Let me
the
ask you a question though,
equality
Cliff.
thing is
Let,
to say that we're the same and we're not the same. Men and women are not the same.
let me ask you
Go
a
ahead,
question though.
sir.
Let me ask you a quick question though, Clue. Why do you believe women are talking about equality right now? What do you think has led to that?
That's what's being preached in the media. We're talking about social media, mainstream media, they're all preaching equality. You can
But
be
why
the
though?
man.
What has happened? What has happened that has forced black women into talking about equality? What has happened?
What has happened is they grafted onto a movement that wasn't for them, which is feminism. Feminism wasn't for the black
I
woman
just
at
no
all.
actually if you look incorrect. Actually, if you look at feminism, feminism is just, if you actually look at real true feminism just simply means that when women want their whole dollar instead of half a dollar. It has nothing to do with trying to be
That's the
bigger
first
or better
wave.
than the man.
That's the first wave. We're talking about today's fourth wave. Today's fourth wave is not about, they call it equality, but it's not about equality.
Mm-hmm.
What they want is supremacy.
You believe that
system
women want
cannot
supremacy?
sustain a matriarchy. Matriarchies don't work. Point to the country where a matriarchy actually freaking worked.
Point to
That's
me
what
where
they want a matriarchy. Matriarchy does not work at all. Never has and never will.
Point to me where patriarchy has worked.
All over the world.
No,
When
it is
this
not.
country was a
Ever since
patriarchy, when this
No,
country
it-
was a patriarchy, things were getting built. This
and
nation,
people and
when
and
this
people
nation
are-
took over in the 15th century, it was patriarchy, and the patriarchy continued on to the 19th century,
Mhm.
and every switched over to this feminism, this women's lib, this matriarchy. We ain't built shit since. So tell me, which
Mhm.
one worked, the matriarchy of today or the patriarchy of yesteryear? Because we're here where we are today because of patriarchy.
Well, look at how many people have suffered due to patriarchy, Clue.
Yes, yeah, that's part of the deal. It's not going to be roses.
So you
But
believe
during
that,
a
that
matriarchy,
you believe that
everybody suffers and no progress. So you got on the one hand, people suffering and there's progress. On the other hand, people suffering and there's no progress.
so you believe that collateral
either way.
So you believe collateral damage is necessary in order just for the sake of progress?
Of course it is.
I don't believe in
It's
that.
necessary.
I don't believe that people should suffer in order to
People are suffering
progress.
now in this pseudo matriarchy that's forced upon us. People are suffering now. So that way is no better than the patriarchy, because people suffering is just men are suffering and don't nobody give a fuck. And nobody gives a fuck when a man suffers. The men are suffering now, nobody cares. When the women are suffering, we got to do something about it. What do you think?
Mm.
I'm
Now
just
that
saying.
part.
See, I'm going to say that I respectfully disagree with that, because the women suffer, especially Black women, suffer in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the pecking order, even in your job environment, right? There are the others, right? Then there are the Black men. Then at the very bottom is the Black women. As far as the level of respect and
There's
acceptance and
no
all of those
job
things.
where Black women are
honestly-
at the bottom. There's
Hold on,
no
hold on.
job.
I've seen that in a lot of corporate environments where they've allowed Black men to be accepted into the funky bunch, and then they sat there and they looked at us like, you
What's
know
the
what
name
I'm
of
saying?
that
Like
company?
she's a challenge, or she's
What's
going to
the
be
name of that company where
problematic,
the
or
Black
she
men
thinks
are
too much of
above the
herself.
Black women? What's the name of that company where the Black men are above the Black woman?
Well, it's been in
Please
different
name that
industries.
company.
It's been when I was in the banking industry. It's been when I've been in regular, like, corporate environments.
You said the
The
banking
Black
industry?
men. Yeah, Black
Oh,
men.
tell me about that.
For the women. It's nothing for the men.
No, wait a minute though. No,
The
tell me.
Human Resources Department in no way helps men, period. If you can name a way that the Human Resources Department helps men, I'm listening. But it seems to me that's a whole department in order to protect women workers against men workers. That's what it looks like to
That
me.
does exist. That does exist.
Wait a minute though,
Mhm.
Miss 702. I actually would like to know about that. Like the
Yes.
when you talk about the banking industry, like
Mhm.
so how does that go? Like how do you know what I'm saying, like when you said that I guess like how do black men get the one up on black women in the baking industry? Because I'm also asking because I don't know.
I want to know
I-
too.
Right. And it
I'd like to
also
know.
depends, it also depends on every company's culture as well, right? But let's
Mhm.
go to the highest. When I worked for Ameriprise, which is like one of the oldest and most successful investment banks, right?
Right.
So with Ameriprise, when you would get in that environment and it was tight suited and they really didn't have an ethnic culture there, right?
Mhm.
Oftentimes with the black men, there were people who really liked them. And we know why certain people that were in charge liked the black men, right?
Mhm.
Those ladies wanted to help them get promoted. Those ladies wanted to help them keep their jobs and retain and all of those things. We don't often get those areas of protection in a corporate environment. There's no one who
Yeah.
really, I mean, not always, but I'm just saying there are some women when you get in with supervisors and managers and all that, they want to see Tyrone next to me succeed because they kind of have a crush on Tyrone. Or they feel like Tyrone keeps them in the end as far as what's going on in the world, right? So they're accepting of him. But when it comes to, I don't know, let me just say Ebony that's sitting next to him, they look at her like, she could be someone who's problematic or she's someone who really doesn't fit with our circle here. And you don't really have that many lifelines in the work environment. You
But
really
in
have
the
to be at
broader
the top of your
society,
game coming into your company because the ones that are at the bottom trying to get to the top, I feel like black men get more lifelines than we do.
in the
Mhm.
broader society, it's the black woman that gets the preference. It's the black woman in the broader society, even bigger than corporate America. It's the black woman. It's the black woman that gets the protection. Politically, they're stronger. All right, it's the black woman. We've been told, toxic masculinity and stuff like that. We've been told, you're the black men are the white men of the black community.
Yeah, we have been told that.
What have women been told in the last 5 years that's even degrading by society?
That they're undesirable, that they're bitches, that they're hoes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That they're doormat.
Right.
You know?
I've had black men say to me, like, I only date exotics. Not in terms of dating me or not dating me, but just say it in front of me, right? I've had friends say, I only date exotics. I don't even date black girls. You know what I'm saying? You guys are
Right.
too loud. You guys are too opinionated. You guys are too this, too that. There's a lot of black men that feel that way.
But Miss
I mean,
Several,
you
what
honestly,
have
Clue,
you been saying about the men? Not you, but what have black women been saying about the men in the 70s and the 80s on these talk shows? You can't
Let me say
handle a
this.
strong, independent woman. They can't handle. And back
Yeah.
then, black men didn't have a voice at all. So
Yeah.
America had to take your word for it because black men didn't have a voice at all. You got on Sally Jesse Raphael and said, "Oh, he can't take care. He can't handle. I make more money than him. I need a black man that
Right.
makes more money than me, but I can't find him. Oh, he's weak. Oh,
On that part, I
hence,
totally agree with
hence
Clue. I
why,
always say they don't talk enough about good black fathers, good black leaders, and it exists. You know what I
but
mean? It
it is
problem
for,
exists. It's
is
a
it is for
thing.
that
702.
reason.
The
But
problem
check this
is
out.
I
Check this
don't
out.
see.
But check this out, Clue. Check this out, Clue. This is right. That right there, what you just said, that is a reason why I encourage black men and black women to stop relying on the media. Stop relying on society, because society and the media will continuously drag you down the wrong road and make you believe the wrong stuff. Think about it right now. Think about it right now. How many commercials have you seen where there is a white man with a black woman versus a black man with a black woman? You don't see that too much on today's television. You don't see too many examples of a healthy black family. See, back in the last time we've seen that was back in the 90s when you had the Cosby Show, when you had the Fresh Prince, when you had a
Mike,
different world. But now you don't have that
here's
anymore. And the
here's the
reason why they
issue.
are doing that, the reason why they are doing it is because they do not want to give us a healthy example of what black love really is. But now in today's society, what do you see black men and black women doing all over the media? We arguing, we fussing, we cussing. If we are together, it's struggle love. That's what they want us to think as black people. That when we are together, that we can that we can't do right.
Hey, exiled.
But Mike, here's what I don't see. Here's what I don't see. I don't see enough of the women saying, stop with this new image that you're trying to preach on to America about the black man. You see all these goddamn faggots on TV, black faggots, and there's not one single black woman to say, hold up, wait a minute. Where's the masculine black man? I never heard in the last 5 years, never heard a black woman say, stop it with the fucking faggots. I'm sorry. Stop it. Stop it with all that. And bring in the masculine men, the masculine black men you had in the 90s. What happened to the masculine black men you had in the 90s? Why do all the black men of today on TV have some kind of feminine flair? They all got dreadlocks. They all got piercings. They all got shiny lips and stuff. Where are all the regular black? I'm not talking about a Mike Tyson muscular. No, just a regular dude, a regular black dude. No, he doesn't have he doesn't have a high pitched voice. He's not snapping his fingers. He's just a regular black dude, straight, likes women. You don't even see that dude anymore. And I don't hear the black women say, wait a minute, we don't see that dude anymore.
I can tell you where he is. Go in the bathroom. Go in the bathroom and look in the mirror. You can be there. And I'm saying, and I'm not being funny at all. I'm really not being funny at all. I'm actually being serious.
I'm just a dude on YouTube.
Okay, but at the end of the day, well, I'm saying this for a reason, Clue. Walk with me for a second, bro. Walk with me for a second. I'm saying this for a reason. You have the power to make that change, brother.
Kenny said he's backstage, but I don't know if you could get another.
If you are that,
no, I don't.
If you believe that, if yes, you do. If you believe you are that solid black brother, that people can.
The mainstream media wants a certain image of a black man to be front and center.
Clue, let him
front
speak.
Center. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you believe, here's what I'm saying. If you believe that you are that solid black man that can that can bring forth the image, the true image that every black man and black woman needs to see, do that. That's what I'm doing. I wouldn't be. Look, I sat here. I sat here saying the same in the same chair, saying the exact same things that you are saying. Where is that solid black man? Where is that leader? Where is that dude? Where is that dude that every black man can model themselves after positively? And one day I said, you know what? Why not me? Why not me? So what I did, I went out there. I got on social media. I started participating in rallies, and I started doing the shit. We can be the change. You black man can be the change. You just have to believe that in yourself, brother. You are the change.
But what I see from you in your T-shirt is you more representative of black women.
And why? And what's the problem with that?
There's no problem in that. It's that if there needs to be a representative of black men, maybe your preference there should be more black men.
Wait, can I stand in that space since I am a black woman? I think it's phenomenal for a black man to recognize the things that we go through and stand in that space for us, being that, we do look to black men as the leaders. We do look to them as our voice and, the person that stands before us. So it's a little bit of both of what you're saying, Clue. I do want a strong man to lead. And I also want him to make sure that he represents himself as well as me. Who better to represent me than my black men?
Black men have done this.
And that's 100%.
Black men, whatever a black man does in politics and in society has been for the black woman and the black child. All right. When women get in politics, it's for the black woman and the black child. Now, what's the difference? Black man is not included.
Mm.
Well,
Can I be the controversial character that I usually am, or do I have to be on my best behavior?
best
God,
behavior.
Excel. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I mess with you. You know, I'm the Clue Channel. That's what I do.
Okay, so what's the result of the overall goal after you reunite the black family in your ideal of what it should be?
Should be traditional like it was back in the 50s and 60s.
Well, if that's the case, then how many houses have you built?
Do you realize what you let me include? Do you realize what you're asking for when you say it should be back to the way it was in the 50s and 60s? What you're asking for is the only responsibilities that black women will have is cooking and cleaning. Your responsibilities will be making all the money, paying all the bills. You build the house. You go. You're the only one that has the job. If there are any repairs, only you can fix it. Like everything, you pay the mortgage. You basically do it all.
Why do you
That's what you're
minimize
asking
housework?
for.
Why do you minimize housework like it's nothing?
Well, no,
Why do you minimize?
That's what a traditional family is, Clue. That's what a traditional family is.
A minimal job. It's a very important job.
But you're talking about the 50s and 60s, though, Clue. And
Yeah, in the
It was
50s
a
and
very
60s,
important
that's what
job
the
back
men
then as
did.
well.
Well,
The
here's
housewife was very essential. The submissive housewife was very essential.
But
Clue.
can that
What?
can that be done in today's economy where a woman is a housewife?
oh, hello.
It can, but it's got to be done in numbers. It can't be just one.
It's
It's got to
good
be
to
done
find
in numbers.
Henry.
Hmm?
I said it's good to finally meet you, Henry.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too, brother.
well. See, here's my thing. Like, I understand what you're saying, Clue, and there's a certain part of me that agrees with some of it, you know. But also in the 50s and let me say in the 40s and the 50s, you know, they were dealing with different type of circumstances to where, you know, they had to worry about being murdered, being lynched, and these things like that. And then whenever that was happening, who was left to sit there and hold up that responsibility? You know, it wasn't. It was expected for a black woman to go ahead and marry another black man, but at the end of the day, now it goes to a black man's having to take on the black woman, the family that's not his, and a lot of extra stuff that was going on with that. Whenever the brothers and the fathers, the husbands and the uncles and the grandfathers, they were being killed off and they were being lynched. So I mean, they had the reason that they did what they did is because they had a different type of threat that was going on, and so theirs was more so for survival. Now we don't have that kind of threat as prevalent. Not saying that we don't have it, it's just not as prevalent now. So
So why
whenever
can't we continue?
huh
Why can't we continue what we've done? The threat's gone. It should be easier, right?
it should be, but now the main threat has turned into on one household or one household income. Even if it is six figures, it still becomes a lot more challenging to hold up said house, because now the cost of living has stayed, the cost of living has gone up significantly, but the income that's been coming in has stayed the same. So I mean, because I'll go ahead and tell you right now, my husband and I, we own this house, and my mortgage is,
Congratulations.
thank you, it's better than renting, but it's still up there, okay, versus what it was back then and even the way that the corporations handle things, they handle things differently to go ahead and kind of make it a bit more difficult now. I mean, the way we healed, the way we gathered together, the way we did a lot of things, even something as simple as, you remember the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child? I grew up in that time, or at least the way I was raised was still in that time. I didn't only grow up seeing, the way my mom was and then the way my dad was. I went to friends' house. There's times I stayed with friends like a year or 2 years, and I saw how their families worked, their dynamics worked, and these were different races and cultures. Okay, so I mean, there was a year I stayed with an Indonesian family. Oh, they were the shit. And their food was actually good as shit. I'm just gonna put it out there, boom. But then I stayed with an Italian family. I've stayed with a full Native American family. So they did things a little different, but I was always able to see an example. And yes, Black family as well, because my best friend Shathena was my sister for 2 years.
So
And
this leads me back to my original question though. What does this traditional Black family look like in this day and age, especially when the Black man identifies as different things now that they didn't used to, as Hebrews, as Natives, some as African Americans, some as Haitians, some as Jamaican. How
Well,
how does the culture get that?
Exile One, you've watched a few of my videos. You know how I feel about that, right? The first thing, I don't want to do this on Eliza's channel. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead. Exile,
thank
do
you.
you want me to, knowing the last video I did, do you want me to bring this up?
I did ask
I
if I
have
could
a
shake the branch first. I mean, hey,
I have a question for Clue though. He
Yes,
says he
ma'am.
wants to go back to being the way that it is, right, Clue? Like
Right,
how
when it
women
was,
had
yes.
it in the 50s and 60s, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Black women have always been out here. You're extremely blessed if you just got to be a homemaker. Black women were picking cotton right alongside Black men. Black women were cleaning. Black women were
I
cooking
said
for the
I
masters
said
and
the
them.
1950s,
Let's bring it back to
not
the
the
50s and
1850s.
60s. A lot of Black women in the 50s and 60s were nannies, were housekeepers, were still cooking and cleaning, and then going back home to
Okay.
their husbands and kids every night. So Black women, I don't think have ever just like sat home, took care of the kids and the family. Like Black women have
But
always kind of been out here as well, you know?
but the career woman, has that really worked? The career woman, the CEO bad bitch, has that really worked for the family?
I mean, honestly, I can't speak to that
Honestly, I'm
because
asking
that's
honest
not.
question.
Well,
But
no,
I,
I
I
mean, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
this. I can't speak on that because at the end of the day, yes, I'm a career woman, but I'm also family oriented first. My family comes first. Honestly, I'm real quick to sit there and say, fuck that job. I'm real quick to sit there and say, you know what, this is my
Absolutely.
but you know what? All that shit, it can wait for 2 or 3 days so I can sit there and take care of my man and sit there and take care of my kids. You
They're
know,
not all thinking like you, Eliza. They're putting
I
their
got
careers first. And then once they reach whatever pinnacle they were looking for, then when they're in their 40s and dried up, they'll think about finding a decent man.
and I
That's
understand.
what's happening. That's
What's
the
wrong with
majority.
now?
I
Now explain to me what's wrong with that.
What do you mean what's wrong? Look at what we're look look around. Everything is wrong
No,
with that.
but
okay,
there's
but
men like
what?
that too
But
though.
what though? What exactly is wrong? What?
hold on. Let
Eliza
me.
just explained to you that she put her children
I
and her
could go
husband
one
first,
place. I
right?
could go one
Before her
place.
career.
Hold on, I could go one place
There's a
off of
reason why she didn't put her career before her husband and children.
the percentages of successful birth at that age, and miscarriage is a big ordeal in divorces and breakups.
Well, hold on. Let's give Henny a minute to talk real quick. Go ahead, Henny.
Well, no, I was just saying in regards to him saying that with women being 40 and starting their family, it's men that do that too though. You can't just put that on a
Mhm.
woman. It's a lot of
Men and
men
women
who
are not the same.
that is true, but at the same time, it when you talking about establishing yourself, why is that okay for just a man to do and a woman can't do that as well?
Like I
Right.
said, men and women are not the same.
But
There is a double standard. It's a standard for men and a standard for women.
Now,
but it
Cool.
doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense for you to say that men can establish themselves and women can't.
Right.
Yes,
'Cause-
yes,
but
exactly
this
what I
is a-
can say because men and women are not the same.
But here's
All
another
you're
point.
saying is men and women are not the same, but still you're not giving your reasons as to why a woman should not have the right to establish herself in the same manner that a man can.
Let me ask you this, Mike the Voice. Can I have aspirations to be a house husband? Why don't I just graduate from high school and look for me a hot chick so I can keep the house up and cook while she goes out and work? You
Wait,
think
wait,
that'll-
can
If
I
do you
that's
think
what,
that-
if
do you
if
think
if
that
that's
marriage will work?
Actually,
if
it
Do you think
that's
that
will.
what
marriage
you
will
want to,
work?
if
It will.
honestly,
Wait a minute,
if
wait a
if
minute, wait a minute.
honestly,
Let's
if that's
ask
what you want to,
Alyssa an exiled
I'll
one.
just
If
I'll just
Alyssa
be
was
I'll
out
just
here
be the
with Oprah
finest
money,
perfect
if she
10
had
man,
Oprah
find
money,
me a
what you
good
trying to do,
wife,
exile? What you
and
trying to
she
do?
work and I stay at home and I'll take care of the kids and I'll keep the house
Clue,
clean and all that. You think that marriage will work?
Clue. If that's if you found you a woman that was willing to do that, great. I honestly
Do
know.
you
I
think it will
honestly
work
know
was my
about.
question. Do you honestly
Clue.
think that would work?
Clue. I
Yes.
actually know
We're
about. I
supposed to be
actually
married
have
for
seen
life. You think
many
she's gonna keep
men.
working until she's
I've
65
I've
while I stay
seen.
home and keep the house clean and
I've
take
seen
care of the
there are
kids?
many men out there that are actual house husbands. You do
You
know
know
that,
many
right?
men,
Yes.
you know, so you personally know many men in successful marriages like that. You personally
Yes,
know
I do.
Yes.
I
many
do.
men
I
like
personally
that.
Yes.
do too. Yes.
Hey, cool.
Absolutely.
I got a question for you. I got a quick question for you. So this is my question. You think that a woman should be looking forward to being a housewife instead of
Hell
establishing herself?
yes.
That
That's
should
an
be her end
honorable
goal in
job.
life.
Oh,
That
that's
is an
that's wrong of
honorable
you to say,
job.
Clue. You know that.
Yes. Yes.
That's wrong, Clue.
Yes.
You
You
wrong
know
for
what?
that, Clue.
Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna say this.
That's
Okay,
how it
you know,
worked.
Clue. I'm gonna say this. If that's how you feel, I'm not gonna say you're wrong. That is your opinion. I want you to 100% stand on that. You know what I mean? And that's cool. We are all, we are all adults here, so we can agree to disagree
Mm-hmm.
and go ahead and keep it pushing. I'm not gonna say you're
But
wrong
But
because
the
you know
other
what?
way isn't working.
Hold on, Clue. I'm not gonna say what you're saying is wrong because for you to be able to identify as the best version of a husband that you can be, you need those things. Then you need those things. Who am I to sit there and tell you that those things are unacceptable? That's not my job. But to answer the general question of will it work the other way around? Yes, it will. Have I
Mm-hmm.
seen it work the other way around? Yes, I have.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said earlier, I'm an ex-dancer. I've seen plenty of girls that were married. Let me say women, not girls. I've seen plenty of women that are sitting here making guap a night. And they man is at home with the kids. They man is
That's a
cooking.
fact.
Their man is cleaning and everything else. And so whenever they come home, shit, you know what? Hey, everything's already done. Oh, girl's good. Now, mind
So
you,
if you called them today, it'd still be all
bro,
good
I can
just
call
like
to him on
that.
my phone right now.
So anyway,
All right.
Miss 702 asked me.
Let me call Joyce on my phone right now, bro.
Listen, we talking Oprah money, exile. What you trying to do?
So, what was the question? Can you pose that again, please?
So if wifey, right, was super, super successful, you guys have money for days. You have no worries at all. You check not one price tag in Walmart.
Hey, boy.
Would you be willing to stay home and take care of the children?
Well, my wife can confirm. No, we're gonna have to work out some equal ordeal. I always pull my weight. I'm different. I believe in building a legacy together and doubling that legacy if possible.
That's
I,
smart.
I believe, it is a man's responsibility to take care of the house and home. But if the woman has the initiative, drive, and dream to do her own thing, if she can work her schedule around yours and make her dreams come true and make them happen, and you can support her on that, you should do so.
That is
Especially
true.
for the family.
What about a
And
woman that's on board with what you want to do, Exile?
He has a woman
Your
that's
thoughts
on
on
board
that?
with what he wants to
I'm
do.
not saying it. No. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying him. I'm in general terms.
that should be the foremost front thing when a woman is entrusted in a man to be the head of her household and she's seeking a man.
Well, first, let me go ahead and say this to that comment.
But
Hold on, baby. Hold on. Let me say this.
hold on, babe. But let's never mistake that for a woman needing a man. A woman never needs a man. My mother raised me without a man.
I would never be with a woman that didn't need me. Period. Ever.
And that's
So I
okay.
disagree with that.
But I'm
That is such a
If you
good
don't
Hey,
need
I'm
topic
gonna
me,
tell
in
you
the
right
if
now.
you don't
future.
need
Cool,
That
I'm
is
me,
gonna tell
such
you
a
then
right
good
go
now. You
find
might
topic.
as
somebody
well.
that you need.
Cool. I'm gonna tell you right now.
What
You
are we?
might as well go
Why are
ahead
we
and get
living in
ready
this house?
because women everywhere are now seeing men as a want and not a need. They should
Yeah.
Well,
never.
that
I
women,
mean,
That
I'm
ain't
not
turning
with
out too
women
well.
everywhere. I'm
hold
with
on,
a woman that needs me.
guys. Let me go ahead and
why
say.
should
I'll
a
have it no
woman?
other
Why do you
way.
feel like? Okay, can I ask an honest,
Hold
God
on,
honest
hold on,
question?
hold
Why
on.
do you feel?
Hold on. Let
Okay,
me go
go
ahead
ahead.
and say mine real quick. Let me go ahead and say mine.
Go
So
ahead, sis.
my thing is this. You know, when it comes to certain dynamics, or here, let me go ahead and say, when it comes to a relationship, especially whenever that relationship is transitioning into marriage, every marriage is different. Like I said before, what might work for Clue might not work for Henny. What works for Henny might not work for Exile. What works for Exile might not work for Mike, and vice versa, all the way around. Your job is to find a woman that is on board with what it is you desire.
I
Now,
agree.
my husband did have a really good point. You know, if it's just only supposed to be one sided, that can actually lead to some, internal emotional issues. And what I mean by that is that, it can turn into, some, low key resentment, some jealousy, some, playing worst case scenario. Where'd he go? Oh, okay.
Wait.
Well, no, his connection is acting up because that's what it's telling me.
No. Okay.
But it can go into resentment, worst case scenarios of fear, all these other kind of things. So my thing is this: it's your job, and this is what Mike said earlier. It is actually the man's job to find a good woman, even in the Bible, which I don't agree with a lot of things the Bible says, but there are a few I do agree with. And in the
Yeah.
Bible, it says, it is a man that's supposed to findeth the wife, and when he findeth the wife, he findeth a good
That's a
thing.
good thing. Yep.
And that does not mean that a wife is supposed to be looking for you. Now, if that just happens to be the way it is, that's great. But whenever it comes to, will certain dynamics work? They will if you want them to work. Because when it comes to my husband and I, yes, I make time to go ahead and tend to my business, but I also make time to make sure that my husband is good. And whenever it comes to my want or need for him, I'm gonna go ahead and clarify something he said. And babe, please correct me if I'm wrong. Whenever he said that a woman doesn't want you, she does not want you for the financial aspects that you can provide. When she wants you, or when she needs you. I'm sorry, not want, need. A woman does not, in today's time, need a man for financial stability, because we now have the opportunity and the option to have that. So whenever there is a man that is presenting himself, especially if it's a man that wants me to need him, you need to provide me with something else that I cannot gain myself. That means you need to provide me with the safety and security that is supposed to come along with the ideology of a man. Because the whole idea behind being the breadwinner wasn't just about money. It was that you were providing security, which is shelter. You were providing safety, which is literally knowing that in this
Yes.
place, if anything happens, my man is going to be the first line of defense before it gets to me. Okay. Then you are providing, a foundation of trust and love and the ability to allow me to be vulnerable. That's what we need. So if you are providing that, then a woman will always need you, but not in a financial sense, because we can do it ourselves, just like men can do it themselves. So when it comes to that, it's on a whole nother level. A lot of men I hear constantly, well, you know what, a woman doesn't need me. Well, my guy, if she doesn't need you, then what the fuck are you doing to where she doesn't need you? You need to step your game up, because there's a lot of things she needs. And if you want her, you need to be what she needs. And
But
I'm not
Eliza,
talking about you need to sit
if I'm
there.
doing all those things,
Mhm,
if I'm providing, protecting, and doing all those things you just named,
mhm.
what are you doing for me
Well, see, here's the
in
thing.
return?
hold on. If you're doing all those things, then you would never have to ask what I'm doing for you because you will
Mhm.
get them in turn automatically.
Like what?
You
Like
not
what?
gonna have
Name
to.
one.
Reciprocation,
Name
brother.
one.
Okay, name
Reciprocation.
one. Hold on, name
Name
one.
one
Giving
tangible,
you, hold
because
on,
she
giving
named a
you,
lot of tangibles
hold
for
on,
the men.
hold on, brother, hold on. Giving
Yes,
you a
ma'am.
space in order to be vulnerable. Giving you a space
I
to
can
be
do
able to
that.
be comfortable.
I'm doing that right now. I could be vulnerable by my damn self. I'm just speaking. I'm just devil's advocate. I'm not. That's not
Well,
attack.
and
Just
that's
being
okay.
devil's advocate.
Here's the
Okay.
thing.
Yeah.
You can't be vulnerable if you're always having to live up to somebody else's standards already.
No,
So
no,
whenever
no, no.
you
I'm not
hold
living
on,
up to
hold
anybody
on.
else's standards.
That's the thing. Sir, you've been sitting there and talking a lot of this live about going out and doing this and your ideal type of man, and you've sat there and connected it to what was going on in the 40s and 50s. That is an idea of what a man is supposed to be. That's not really allowing you to be in your own power, because if it was, you would never have to ask a woman to do anything. You would exuberate your own
No,
power.
no, no,
She
no,
would
no.
do it
Not
automatically just
asking.
because that is the type of energy that you're
Not
giving off. So that's how
asking.
she will reciprocate.
Let me be blunt. I'm not
Please.
asking a woman to do something for me. She owes me if I'm doing all those things. If I'm
Ooh.
protecting her, providing for her, going out there and working and doing all that for her, she's indebted to me. Wouldn't you say? Doesn't you think
No.
that? Don't you think that makes sense?
Sweetheart,
If
how
I'm
is she
doing all
indebted
those
to you when she
tangibles,
can do the
she
same?
owes me something. I ain't asking for
What
anything.
can
You
I
owe
ask?
me.
Can I
Here's the
ask
thing.
an honest question?
Go ahead.
When you say that she owes you something, what exactly
Owes.
do you,
O-W-E.
okay. Chill,
Okay.
What
brother.
does she
Chill.
owe
That's
you?
the question.
What does she owe you?
What does she owe you?
That's what I'm asking her. What?
No,
doing-
but
I'm
you just
protecting.
said that if you're doing
I'm
if you're
working.
doing all of these things for the woman, she owes you something. What exactly does she owe you? What does she owe
Something
you?
of equal value.
Like,
You want my opinion?
Yes, please.
yes, go ahead.
Those wifely duties that I just explained just beginning. That's equal
Like
value
what?
to me.
Break them down. Break them down, brother.
Keep the house up.
Mhm.
Make sure I'm comfortable when I get home.
Mm-hmm.
And if there are children involved, take care of the children.
And there's
That's
women out
equal value to me. To me,
and
that's equal
and there-
value.
and there's women out there that's exactly what they want and what they want to do. But
Yeah,
what's
that's my
wrong?
point. Yeah, I have one. That's my
What is?
point.
But my thing is, what is wrong, and where does all the aggression come from these men about a woman that wants to be able to do the same thing?
Because the women of today, in the majority, do not want to do those things. They want they want the things that Eliza said, but they don't want to reciprocate with the things that I said.
I get what you're saying.
That's
You're
the
just not.
problem.
You're
That's where
just
the
not putting
hate
full
comes from.
context out there. Let me ask. You're talking about the woman that uses that as a way to have power and leverage over.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
talking
what
about the woman that doesn't do anything in return after he's doing this protecting and providing.
But she has her own, so she can use that as power, as leverage.
When
As
she has her own, she needs to be alone.
Yeah,
Not
see,
with-
Can
not
I
with
say
men.
one thing to Clue real quick before you guys really, dissect everything else that Clue has said?
Don't say it like that. You make me sound
Listen,
like an awful person.
I ping pong, right? Because I'm like, wait a minute, I like what they said over there. Then I go back across the street. No, I like what he said. So I'm gonna go back to Clue's side of the street right now. I did like something that Clue brought up. And I don't know if we know how damaging this is to our community, right? But it's weird, and I want to know where it comes from. These women who say they do not need a man. Like, how exactly don't you need a man? I believe in independence and all of that stuff, right? I could have a paycheck every 2 weeks. I could, be going to church and doing all my spiritual stuff like I'm supposed to. I could be grounded in every single way, which you don't have to go to church to be spiritually grounded. Let me make that insertion. But I can have all these different things going for myself, but I'm still going to need my Henny to give me the things I don't have. You know what I'm saying? When I look at my Henny, he pours things into me that I don't have. He
You said any
literally
pores.
he literally no, but,
Any
you know,
pores.
like
Yeah, I like that.
it's supposed to be that way. I think that's why there's a man and there's a woman. In some cases, it's different for people, but like your significant other usually has those things that you don't have, but you really need.
I
Or you
agree.
know what I'm saying, or they highlight those things that you need to improve upon, or what have you. You feed off each other, so there's never going to be a time I'm not going to need my man. You know what I mean? Where does that come from? Where did it like? Where
Honestly,
did
I
that
can
come
answer
from?
that.
Today's feminism.
Hold
I
on,
don't
That
need a
too,
man.
yeah.
A man
hold
is
on, Flo.
optional.
Fellas, hold on. I want to answer that question real quick. What that comes from is this is just my personal belief. I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong. But where that comes from is this idea of how long there were some women that literally had to do it without one. And it wasn't because they did it by choice. They did it because they had
Mhm.
to. And, if they didn't, they did not survive. It was more so the entire bloodline ended with them because the men were already taken out of the picture. So, and this could be by threats, death. We're not going to go into the
Incarceration.
ways. Exactly. And so, whenever women had to sit there and kind of pick up the mantle or, take on the excess weight of trying to make sure mortgages were still paid and quotas were still met and things of this nature, just to keep everything flowing just as quickly. That's kind of, some of the idea that was passed down, of you don't need a man. But, Smith 702, I agree 100% with you. I
Do
need the hell out of my man. I do.
you
Well, there you
also
go.
it,
Doesn't that sound better than I just want a man?
Well,
Like you said
you
earlier.
gotta Clue. You gotta understand there are two different types of career women. There are those that what you just explained. Those who are just like, I don't need a man for shit. I got my own this. I got my own that. Got my own house, car. Blah 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 blah. And I don't need a. I don't. I'm not gonna rely on a man for any motherfucking thing. That's them. But then you have the other career woman that's like Eliza, that's like Miss 702, that are sitting there saying, yeah, I'm a get out here. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to get my own. I'm going to make my own, and I'm going to make it my own way. However, I still have this space for a man to be next to me. You know what I'm saying? So there are two different kinds of career women. The one that you want
but
is the one like Eliza, like
but
Miss 702,
can
that
I
can
say
sit
this?
there and do their thing, get out here, be somebody, but at the same time, allow you to be the man.
Mhm.
Does
Can
that
I
make
say
sense?
something? Can I
Go
say
ahead.
something before he answers?
Yeah, Henny, go ahead.
Whose voice is louder though? At this current moment, when you say there's two different types, whose voice is the main one that's
The first
speaking up
one.
right now?
The first
Yeah,
one.
right now we have. Well, I will be honest. Right now, it's the first one. It's the one that they're sitting there saying, I don't need a man for shit. Now I will be
The
honest about
loudest
that,
one.
and that's the problem that we have. Same thing, and that same thing goes for us, the black men. The black men that actually love black women and those who don't. There's of
Passport
course
bros.
you have a bunch of us. There's a lot of us that love the fuck out of black women, but unfortunately, the ones that don't are louder. Hence why you have passport bros, red pillars, Pookies, Ray
Yeah.
Rays, Dusties, Hotel,
Those are the ones
Hebrew
backed by
Israelites,
the
and etc.
government as
You
well.
know what I'm saying? But it's the same. But you know what I'm saying? And I'm only saying this because I just wanted to bring up the perfect analogy to it. But as far as career women, yeah, the ones that are sitting there saying, basically shunning all men and saying, I don't need you for a damn thing. Those are the ones that are louder. Hence why I believe that when it comes to career women like Eliza and Miss 702, they have to find a way to be louder than them.
Yeah.
If one side has a bullhorn, the other side needs to have a bigger bullhorn and say, hell no, this y'all not representing us correctly.
I
You
mean,
see what I'm saying?
I'd be the first one to sit there and say, honey, you can sit there and say you don't need a man all day long, but don't sit there and feel some type of way whenever you sit there and see mine sitting there and repping me. Don't sit there and feel no type of way whenever you see mine willing to sit there and play Superman and take a, and dodge and take a bullet.
Mhm.
Don't feel no type of way, but you see what I'm saying though? Don't
Yeah,
get mad whenever
yeah.
Superman. Because if you sit there and look at the analogy of Superman, did he not have Lois Lane? And yes, I'm making them black for this intensive purpose. Okay, intensive purposes. Okay, I will even show an image of a black Superman and a black Lois Lane. Okay, look, Lois Lane was also a career woman. Before she realized that Clark was there, in her mind, she didn't need a man for shit either until she realized, until her eyes opened the fuck up about what, not who, about what she had right here, and her entire demeanor changed. She couldn't stop thinking about this man. He was in her dreams. She was sitting there and trying to find excuses to sit there and be around him and doing this and doing that. So the whole thing is,
She also asked him to get rid of his powers to prove that he loved her.
that was also after
you
that
leave
he had
out
to
you
see
leave
it.
out that part.
Oh no, I'm not leaving out that part because honestly, you know, the
Lois
simple
Lane
fact.
is not my favorite in
Hold on,
comics.
she ain't mine either.
Trust
Because
me.
look, I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't understand no woman jumping out no fucking building multiple times expecting Captain Save-A-Hole to save her. I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there. Okay, but you know, when it came to that, you know, I'm also looking at it like, if there is a woman that sits there and says she doesn't need a man for shit, my first question is why? Because I already know you've been hurt by somebody that you trusted, that you gave everything to, and they did not take it. Now, yes, we could always say that she chose them. We can always say that, but at the end of the day, that's also putting more blame and responsibility on her. And the first thing she feels she has to do is put up a wall to shield herself. So in order to shield herself, it's going to be natural to sit there and say, not only do I, you know, because this is the way the ego works. Not only do I not want to experience this again, but I'm going to sit there and put up such a wall to where it cannot be impenetrable by anything, not only this experience, but anything close to it. So this is a man, a woman, a partner, hell, even a dog if he's sitting there barking too big and he's sitting there getting too big and getting too loud. So yes, baby.
But the original.
But I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this right quick though. But Henny, I like I said, like, I want to say so to Henny real fast. Like, yeah, I do know that the ones that are saying that they don't need a man for shit. Yeah, I know they're a lot louder than the ones that won't say that. But when it comes to them, I look at them square in the eye and like, if they tell me they don't need me for shit, I said, okay, you don't need me for shit, that's fine. But when your power gets cut out, or your car gets broke down,
who they call
your pipe starts leaking, who you gonna call?
Man, hold on. I can go ahead and cut it short in that. Baby, when you need to get digged down, who you calling?
Hello.
Hello. And you know what? I was gonna say something and I was about to get in trouble for that.
Baby, no, you
women be like,
there's a reason that I
women,
said it just like the way I
there's
said it.
some girl, because I'm about to hit on it, right? Because I said this to Henny a million times, right? And this is not to disrespect any community because I love all, right? But like, you always meet these women who says that they don't like men. They're not attracted to men. They've never been attracted to men. Men are useless to them, right? But it's like, but this is the thing, though. Those women have more children than anybody. You know, you have a homegirl that's like that super dyke. She'll have like 8 kids and no baby daddy, and it's like you must have liked some man at some point.
Yeah,
because you got 8 babies right here. Somebody rubbed you on some magical night under the moon.
What about what?
Let me say this real quick. For those women that sit there and say they don't need a man, I want to sit there and answer Mike's question. I think it was actually Henny's question, but I was going to respond to what Mike said, and then I'm going to sit there and jump to something else that's going to connect.
Mm-hmm.
So what Mike said was that these women are louder. Honey, the women that supposedly don't need a man for shit, the reason they louder is because we busy sitting there and satisfying our men. And I don't know about y'all, but whenever it comes to that, I don't know. I don't sit there and talk while I'm getting it in. I don't talk when my belly is full, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm a lady. I don't talk with my food in my mouth. Whenever he's sitting there putting that shit down, the only word I can sit there and say is God. Okay, and I understand that that's exactly who I'm talking to, and that's exactly what I'm praying. Okay, and that's exactly what I'm praising at that time. Okay, so my second comment is gonna go to this real quick.
Amen to that.
I don't know about all these other women that can sit there and get these toys. Look, hey, kudos to you. I'm gonna sit there and tell them the same thing I've been sitting there and telling lesbians for years. Baby, without flesh, blood, and a pure erection, there is nothing you can do for me except for piss my coochie off, okay? That's all you can do. So therefore, I don't know about y'all, but I ain't seen not one woman walking around with a dick. And I'm not talking about those women that are in transition. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about homegrown, okay? I'm talking about homegrown.
Listen, and that's what should scare these men on these panels. You're not talking about women who just identify with this orientation.
Yes,
There's a lot of homegirls out here right now saying, hey, I got my this and I got my that, and I don't need no man. Like, what?
Hold on, let me go ahead
A
and say
toy
this.
can never replace a person.
Hey, girl, hold on. Let me say this. To those women that sit there and think so, question, I just have one question. Just one question, and I'm going to let it marinate. They can answer me any other time or even chat me on live. I don't even care. My question is this. If you want a man so bad, then why do you try to go and get a woman that look like a man?
Man.
Hello. Come on with it.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean,
Come on with it.
I
Hey,
appreciate
why?
the female form. I think the woman is one of the sexiest things. Once again, worked at a strip club, then seen more ass, tits, and pussy than most men have ever seen in their life, no matter how much porn they try to get. So when I say this, I need them to hear me. I appreciate a pretty bitch. I really do. And I've always sat there and said, honey, if I was ever going to go lesbian, honey, mine needs to be as pretty as me. We need to be wearing the same makeup.
Good luck with that.
Sit there and be looking stupid because, honey, if you sit here and trying to look like a man and you sitting there trying to get with them, don't sit there and tell me you don't need a man. If you sitting there and having a fucking strap on while y'all fucking, don't sit there and tell me you don't need no fucking man because, bitch, you
Hello.
alone.
Right.
And
Man, come on
I
with
got
it.
a lot of lesbian friends, and some of them literally will actually excommunicate other lesbians for getting a strap on because guess what? If you have one, that means that she ain't fucking you. She's fucking what? She's fucking a dick. Play or not.
Yeah. So I had a question though. I wanted to pose to the panel, and this is, and as far as this topic, I've talked to my girl Miss 702 about this. Do you notice this type of tug of war online is only happening in the Black community?
Yes. Because it was orchestrated to be that way.
Right.
They have a whole community that talks about this, and then
Orchestrated by whom?
hold on, they fight amongst themselves. They call themselves the red pill, the blue pill, and the black pill communities.
Well, look, I'm gonna sit there and tell you who it was orchestrated by. It was orchestrated by the Caucasian.
Them palm color folks.
Hold on. And for the white people that are in my chats, understand when I say white people, this will be a disclaimer. When I say white people, I'm not talking about the people that look white. I'm not talking about y'all. Because as far as they're concerned, y'all one of us. Well, or here's another way I can put it. The one
Jews. Just say Jews.
Well, I mean,
that's what you're talking about.
It's so rash.
Damn, dude, you trying to get her canceled the fuck out?
Right. Man, we've been trying to shut her channel down for this. I was thinking that.
No safe words.
Everybody gotta go.
She must be your competition, cause Lord,
Blue don't
I'm
believe in
not trying to
safe
shut
words.
her
Damn it.
channel down, but it
I'm
needs
supposed
to
be the internet troll here. Damn.
It needs to be known. So
Daddy, can I have
I'm only gonna say the J word one time. That's my one time. I ain't gonna say the J word anymore.
It's all right. I have to go in and take it out, but that's okay. Thank you. I just got 2 thumbs up for dinner.
Let's stick to rich bankers, let's say rich world bankers, creaters of
Clue had us all ready to log out. Like, nah,
Time to go.
Turn down. Call them bagels. It's the bagels' fault.
He's gonna say that while there's a guy on panel with the Jewish Chet symbol. Damn, just so cool.
Right.
I mean,
Okay, but you know, I'm gonna say this. We're gonna call them 1%ers. Okay, the 1%ers that literally own 1% of everything. They have specifically designed certain chaos amongst our specific community. One, because they know that they'll eat it right up, because a lot of times we are actually more motivated by what we are stimulated with, aka what we're seeing and what we're intaking on a consistent basis. And a lot of times we don't really slow down and kind of think outside the box. Um, but you know, yes, Brian King here. I'm gonna go ahead and put this. Yes, I understand that. Well, you know, those that literally are masculine looking women that are just naturally masculine, that's one thing. Whenever you have to go out of your way to stop wearing dresses, stop wearing makeup, stop trying to get your hair done, whenever you're having to stop doing something to try to look a certain way, those are the ones that I'm talking about. But
Force.
but you know, honestly, I think it was specifically designed to sit there and put in our community. I also believe that this the racism conversation, thank you so much, baby, thank you, Nay, go, was also designed the exact same way, because for a while, I'm not going to say it didn't exist, for a while that kind of conversation had died down, and we understood as a people, these people were out here. We never sat there and said, oh my goodness, they're all gone. They must have sat there and got up and decided to go into another Mayflower and go somewhere else. Oh, wow. We never said that. We understand that they're still here. We understand that they were.
Can I propose something? Here's one thing that would take all of their power away overnight, but nobody wants to do it. And
as long as you ain't trying to bomb my shit, go ahead, bro.
I'm not going to say that word. I know Exile One knows what I'm about to say because he saw a couple of my videos. But there's one thing that black people can do that'll take away all of the power of the fuckery.
Oh.
Hey.
I made some hamburger stew, y'all. And when I say this shit is fire, oh my God.
That looks good. That was good as fuck. I ain't gonna lie.
Mike hungry.
I am shit. I ain't ate in a minute.
Boy, he was sitting there fucking up them crawfish earlier, though, boy.
Man, yes. Man, yeah, them crawfish was good as fuck. I ain't gonna lie.
There is one thing that black people can do that'll erase all of this. You wanna know what it is?
What?
Get rid of race altogether.
Yeah.
There is no race.
But I don't think we in control of that.
Black and white thing does not exist if you think about it.
Damn, how you gonna beat me to the punchline?
It doesn't exist.
I beat you to it.
No.
Think about all the stuff that disappears if every black person got rid of black. And if every white person got rid of white. Both of them do not exist.
If we base it on
the Democratic
DNA,
Party disappears entirely because everything they do is based on black and white.
If we base it on DNA, the factor breaks down. We all have two common ancestors. The furthest you can go back. So it doesn't make any sense as far as that debate, but it's been designed that way.
Well, I was gonna say, here's the thing: it's not really a debate. Hold on, Clue. The whole thing is that's one of the reasons why they sit there and they're constantly pushing this, because they realize that there were a lot of people coming together. There were a lot of communities coming together, and you know, it wasn't any of this separatists, this bias, or this bigotry. And so then it goes to, we have to keep them separated, because if they team up, there's a lot more of them than there are of us. I mean, whenever you look at history, they have had empires, the little people or the peasants and empires have taken down royalty. They have revolted, they have rebelled against plenty of royalty, and they've sat there and taken down their homes, their security, their castles, all of that shit, all the way to where they beheaded their kings and queens. We'll go ahead and say Marie Antoinette. She was my favorite because she was sitting there talking shit, thinking she was invincible. Oh, let them eat cake. Oh, they ate cake, all right. And they threw her head out there in the middle of the in the middle of the area too, and watch that motherfucker roll. So
They're keeping us running in circles. If you look at it, Abraham Lincoln had black in his ancestry.
Kenny, put that on our watch list too. I want to see that movie.
How many kings and queens finagled with each other across the world in history?
No one even realizes. How do y'all think that the Queen of England got majority of her power? That shit was gifted to her by an African queen. Now, honestly, I really think somewhere down the line was one of her ancestors, but that's how they got the heart of Africa. Which is I think it was the scepter, and there was something else that was in that crown, that tiara, and it was passed down to her through a long line of shit. But once it came over there, I'm sorry because I'm eating. I know I'm smacking. I'm so sorry, y'all.
That's the next step. That's the next step. Get rid of this Africa love. This is your country.
So my question is,
America is your country. Once we all embrace this country, all of the power of the J people go away overnight.
So my question is, where does it make it right for them to break up any family? Whether it's a black family trying to be strong together, an Italian family trying to be strong together, a mixed race family trying to be strong together, why are they trying to break up any family dynamic and then rebuild it at their convenience?
They can't do it. They can't do it if you're not embracing this fake thing called race.
Okay, that's true. But the main answer for that question that X out one post is because when you look at it, it's been some people who have experience with certain types of oppression. We'll say that. Ooh, I like that. Sorry. But it's certain people that have a lot of experience with certain types of oppression that have always backed every other club, every other fight, every other rally, every other movement, every other need for change. And so now it goes back to them crying out and saying they need change. And they know that if people actually got the chance to all rally with them, if there was already a threat with these people sitting there and teaming up with this side or this side, and it was already a threat that was strong enough to sit there and make them say, okay, you know what, maybe we need to sit there and write something in law, so, that'll go ahead and calm these people down. Don't give them too much power, but, make them feel comfortable. Now, imagine if all of them other people sat there and came and rallied behind these. Oh, honey, there wouldn't be, you give us a little bit of taste and we gonna back off. There's gonna be a lot y'all gonna have to do, because if y'all don't want to give it to us, we will take it. They're not sitting there and raping us and fucking us in the ass on a regular basis. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that want to sit there that are more eager to sit there and say, well, how do you like it? While they sitting here and putting lube on all kind of parts, getting ready.
Redefine us.
Did anyone ever realize? Did anyone ever realize when they pulled out of the so-called racist era, the slavery era, it was only to move into the corporate slave era?
Right.
And still sit there and hold the black man back. While if you guys look at the media now, what they're trying to do is villainize the white man now, alongside of the black man.
Well, if the white man and the black man just do away with race, nobody's villainized.
Well, honestly, in order for that to happen, it is going to take more than just a black and white effort. It's going to take a worldwide effort for that to happen.
An all-over cultural stand.
It only takes the people called black and the people called white to do it, and it goes away.
You know what? A lot of people
say here, you just got to get rid of it. That's all you have to do.
a lot of people sit here and they hold debates about urban culture being taken over. I think it's a beautiful thing because I think in all over it's something they're trying to fight against. It's migrating regardless into an all over culture, and it's the beginning steps of doing so. Hip hop is the beginning steps of unity itself, which was started by what? The black culture.
Yeah.
Yes, he doesn't listen, Clue. Don't worry about it. But here's the thing. I'm also gonna say.
Did that just happen?
So you got what I said, right, Clue? Right.
So, that's an exile moment.
History tends to repeat itself, right? We all understand this. We can all agree to that statement. So whenever it gets to where even Mother Earth herself is tired of the bullshit and she's like, no, okay, you know what? We about to do a reset because you know what? I've been trying to let y'all kids play on this damn playground, but y'all just keep showing y'all asses. Y'all just keep cutting up. So here, let's go ahead and do a not only global reset, but does anyone know, as far as the planet doing a reset, how far back they're going is in their reset? A lot of times with the Western civilization, whenever we sit there and we tend to have a replay. Our replay tops about a century. I got this crazy feeling now. I could be wrong. I got a crazy feeling that whenever Mother Earth, Gaia, decides to have her reset, it might be a bit farther back and things might be changing on, I don't know, a bit more grandiose scale.
Actually, it's about every 36,000 years they say it happens.
And my husband would be the nerd enough to know that fucking answer.
Hey, nothing wrong with nerds. Shout out to the nerds.
I know
the funny thing is, this is the very first time in recorded history that we have not went through that cycle. We skipped that cycle this time for some funny reason.
Are you sure we skipped it?
If we haven't skipped it, well, folks, you better buckle the fuck up.
Have you ever asked yourself why there is a non-binary? You can identify as non-binary, but you cannot identify as non-racial.
No. See, they call
because
that
they need race in order.
Okay,
the race is the battery.
Okay,
they call that nouns. I only no, because I was thinking about that earlier. It does kind of connect. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so I do kind of want to go back to what the topic is. I realize that we kind of, trailed off.
She doesn't see how.
We went down the rabbit hole.
I want to climb out of it just a little bit, back to where Alice is sitting there having them fucking acid glasses, sitting there talking about drink me. Let's go back there.
Back to the main subject.
Yes.
Wait, before we get normal again, right? Just before we get normal,
she wants to be crazy for just 5 more
minutes.
minutes.
Tell her what we watched last night, because she thinks these shows be a game. What did we watch?
She actually had us watch Alice in Wonderland. She wanted to look for those hidden messages and all that stuff.
Did you see them?
Everybody was high. Everybody was high. I was like, yo, I watched this as a child. This is crazy.
Everybody was high. The Tweedledee, Tweedledum, the little bird dude that came talking. This girl even she would sit there and you could tell when her high was starting to come down because she would get emotional. Then she would sit there and start doing something to re-high the high in all them damn colors.
So I want to get back. I don't want to disrupt that, but this is something that when I looked at it, I looked up like some of the meanings. They also said that one of the meanings that you can take from Alice in Wonderland is female puberty, with her growing and coming down and all of that stuff. They said that you could look at it as puberty.
And laying in the flowers, her pureness and all that stuff.
Look,
they say that because they were hiding a whole lot of shit.
Look,
yeah, and I looked at that as the
I honestly think whoever was the original writer of Alice in Wonderland was high as fuck when they wrote that story.
The writer was high. Yeah,
they were on some shit when they wrote that fucking story.
Yeah.
They were. I actually, when I was in college, I actually did a thesis on it. Henny And 702, I actually had a live last night, and I was actually talking about this last night. What it was is that it was a man that was getting high. He decided to stop getting high and become a monk, and then actually confessed to. Come on now, I need y'all to say it.
He was in love with the character, something of the sort. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
he had an infatuation with a young lady whose name was Alice and who always wore that dress, and he actually ended up assaulting her and then killing her. And whenever they found her in that dress. That's how I identified her.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was a child predator. So
Wow.
It makes sense. All of them were all of them.
So all I gotta say is
especially the
Nerds
Peter
United
Pan,
because
right?
we did our homework.
Wow. Who would have thought?
But I mean, we could say the same thing about Pinocchio, even though I really think that's a story about the pineal gland, but you know, I'm weird. So I mean, if you guys actually sit there and do your research, Pinocchio actually means pineal gland in Italian. And if y'all remember the story that had Jiminy Cricket, who was the conscience, what is another name for conscience? Your intuition.
Yep.
And whenever he was going through that, he was able to make his own choices. And the original story was he ended up getting so pissed off at Jiminy Cricket, he actually killed Jiminy Cricket to sit there and try to get rid of him. He ended up being really, really sad and trying to hope that he would come back. And then since he didn't come back, he decided he was going to be a bad boy. And then decided that, you know, he wanted to, you know, be accountable because once again, if y'all remember the movie of Pinocchio, how there was the good guardian woman, the star that came down. No one ever realized it was a star.
Blue Angel.
Yeah.
Blue
No
Fairy
one ever
or something.
realized that was a star that literally represented, you know, alien interaction. I'm just gonna put that out there. Boom.
No, I didn't know about that.
And then, you know, after talking to her, she decided he was going to confess everything that he had done. And then she gave him one more chance to sit there and kind of do it right. And he never actually became a real boy because the choices that he made. But, you know, he ended up not paying homage, but, you know, taking accountability and things of this nature and living the rest of his life as a wooden puppet. So, you know, that was an interesting story in itself, but a lot of people don't know that. And that was supposed to be like it was a once a week series I was going to do. What were we supposed to be doing next week on Friday?
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan
Peter Pan.
It's supposed to be Peter Pan and Rumpelstiltskin.
Did you know that? Did you know X-Men is a story of immigration?
Of racism.
It's the
immigration.
No, it wasn't just immigration. Because the original X-Men were all from America. It's after that they weren't getting enough love, or they weren't, you know, nobody was really kind of fixated on the story because they had other kind of stories that were out there, that they decided to sit there and make all the main characters that we know, aka Jean Grey, Scott Summers, Wolverine, which I can't remember his real name,
Logan,
Aurora Monroe, Kitty Pryde,
Victor.
Go ahead.
No, he was naming them.
Victor, I think that's Nightcrawler, ain't it?
Victor is Beast.
Okay.
That's Logan's brother.
No, that was Hank.
Wolverine's brother.
No,
Hank, Hank is Beast.
No, I mean, no, Sabretooth. I get them mixed up. Yeah. Victor is Sabretooth.
Super nerd talk.
And
oh hell yeah, love the nerds. I'm a nerd.
We on that. Yeah, we all on that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with the nerds.
Oh no, man.
Nerds rule the world.
Yes. But you know, when it came to that, it was actually about racism. I don't really think it was about immigration. And the only reason I say that is because I actually did some research. I started questioning some things, and then I actually watched an entire it was a show on the creators of X-Men. And I'm not gonna lie, I really watched it for Stan Lee. Man, they did that man so dirty. They almost didn't give him no love. That's okay.
Stan Lee had to fight for those royalties.
Hey, those of y'all that ain't never got to catch Brian King go live, he said he might go live today, and that's a very rare occurrence there.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you're gonna go live, please go live after my stuff so I can be able to, pop.
Oh no! Read your chat, girl. Read your chat. He said something about he'll listen into the stream, but he has to charge his phone and his ears before a potential stream coming up later.
Okay.
Was Brian King the one that helped me on my stream that time? Was that Brian
No,
King?
no, that was Denizen X.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Denizen X.
Why would you even bring up his name on my panel?
Oh, he ain't cool no more.
Who is that?
He's
he ain't cool no more.
He's alright with me. Him and my wife doesn't get along. He thinks.
No, okay. Yeah. It's not that I don't get along.
He helped me, so he cool with me.
It's not that we don't get along. We had a panel on can Black people be racist? And yes, I believe strongly that Black people can be racist. Shit, my mom was too. My mom was shit. She was forever sitting there talking about some white devils, white demons, blah blah blah. I heard it all my life, so hell yeah. And then somehow it went into Black people being racist, and then it went into something else. I'm just like, bruh. And then this man sit there and tried to argue with me, and I'm just like, I'm literally saying what you're saying. Why are you arguing with me? And it just, oh Lord. Anywho.
Well, oh my.
It just it went very, very left because it felt like he wanted to target somebody, so he was letting
don't worry. That gentleman has made the bloopers of that channel.
Yeah, like
man.
But then again, on Hippie's panel, that's the first time I had to sit there and deal with fucking Rick Crude. May he rest in peace. But I had to deal with Rick Crude, and then I sat there and I had to deal with the way I handled racism that was coming directly at me. And he got upset. He ended up rage quitting because
I'm still getting conflicting information on Rick Crude. He may possibly be in a rehabilitation center.
Okay.
After losing his
hope
leg.
he is, because I don't want anybody to pass. But I kind of killed his entire argument. I was sitting there and showing love, and I mean, this man even went so far. Oh yeah, he went so far as to even just sit there and try to dox me, thinking that I was going to be threatened. And all I did was sit there and make a joke, and I made a joke that even he laughed at. He was upset with himself that he laughed at it because it was funny. And ended up breaking the tension, and he ended up later on, just kind of apologizing for it and, being a cool person. My thing is, whenever it comes to racist people, I don't instantly hate racist people. My thing is this. I don't mind having a conversation with you because I want to know, your ideology and your mind frame around, was this something that you were indoctrinated with, so you're just going with it? Was this something that you experienced? So because of a really ill experience, you might need healing, along the way, or, where it comes from.
100% of the time when you get deep enough, you find out it's all indoctrination.
Mm-hmm. And it was one of those where I even had another racist guy that came up here on my panel, and we had a nice long conversation. And he's like, oh, you know what? You're the first Black girl that I've ever agreed with. I really like you. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm a human, I mean, there's a lot of separatists that people instantly get affected by. And I'm one of those, hey, if I don't have a problem jumping down rabbit holes, I really don't have a problem forcing you to dig deeper. And I'm going to sit there and make you dig deeper, regardless of whether you want to or not. So, especially if you're trying to trigger somebody. I know you're triggered easily. Now, Denizen X, he was able to do it.
Pete Art is another racist that he doesn't mind coming to your show every once in a while and watching. If you're out there, Pete, hey.
I don't mind. I mean, once again, at the strip club, I literally had a racist guy that sat there and said he didn't, oh my God, I don't want no niggers. I said, well, that's okay. We don't serve niggers. We serve pop. We serve Coke. We serve Sprite. We don't serve those. He sat there and kind of started laughing, didn't want to laugh. And I sat there and in my mind, I decided that I was going to do one of two things. Since I already knew you didn't want me over here in your space, I was going to talk to you long enough for you to either get up and walk out or you were going to pay me to leave. Either way, I was going to get what I wanted. And they ended up paying me a hefty sum. And then they ended up leaving and ended up having some people that, oh, you know what? I like that girl. We're going to go back. And I ended up having a fan club. Every single time they came in, they made sure to give the club and the door guy money for me. They sat there and they would give me a few $1,000s just to sit and drink with them. Granted, I don't drink, so I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm not a stripper no more, so I'm gonna say this. All of my drinks that was colored, then bitches was water. That was not alcohol. Okay.
You just pretended to be drunk. You pretended to be lit, huh?
Yes. I still wouldn't say that. That's still potentially illegal for whoever the bartender was.
No, it's not illegal. It was absolutely fine because at the end of the day, if they're being charged, they're thinking, if you're sitting here buying somebody else a drink and they're being charged. I mean, if I sit there and drink that shit before you can see it, and I bring it to you to where you can see the color in it.
I still think that I remember a case a few years back where
the bartender drinks it, the transaction is easy.
Well, no, a few years back, I do believe I remember a case that there was a bartender that got in trouble. A bar got shut down because the bartender wasn't serving water, but they were serving watered down drinks.
Well, see, if it was water, hi, Auntie. If it was watered down drinks, then that's different. But, watered down drinks means they still had alcohol in them. And they were purposely sitting there and doing that. My shit was 100% water. And it looked like alcohol. Therefore, they never actually have to pay. They never actually have to pour the alcohol out, which means they get to keep the alcohol. And they get to, in turn, make more money. And at the end of the night, me and the waitress would sit there and split the proceeds of it. And half the time I would sit there and give them 75% because, if you're sitting there dancing, the one thing you don't want to do is piss off the waitress. The waitress is the one that tells you where the money is, who has the money whenever they have to sit there and come out their wallets for those drinks and everything else. And so if you're ever going to be in that scene, people to be friends with, bartender, waitress, doorman. Because they see people often enough, they know who spend big and they know who don't. And sometimes they'll even call people to come in specifically for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as someone who was formerly TABC certified, that's the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission, it's up to the bartender's discretion to serve alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
He could always say, he could say, well, I didn't feel Eliza was I didn't feel she was at the, she could take this alcohol. So it was my discretion not to put alcohol in her drink. And that's legal.
Oh, so this might be
up to the server. It's up to the bartender.
So it might be like a state discrepancy type thing. Each state decides.
No, it's not a state discrepancy. That's literally the way it is. But this is not information.
I promise the state that I'm talking about is Missouri. A bar got shut down for doing that.
Well, here's the thing. If they were giving it to the customers, then yeah, because, if the customer's sitting there and paying for full alcohol, then, we all understand that there is only so much ice that can go into that glass. And if it tastes a lot more watered down and there's still frozen ice in there, then yes, that was mixed with water. And AKA, they didn't get what they paid for. But whenever
if an hold on, so if a customer at the bar is paying for a lady's drink and they get that lady water because she doesn't want to drink, but yeah, he's still charged for alcohol. Technically, that bartender did a no.
Shit.
I'm just saying.
She has to find out that she was drinking water, and if she tells it at that time, then she dumb as hell and she get whatever the hell she got. But moving on. So, you know, whenever it comes kind of back to our topic at hand, I'm gonna say a lot of women that want to be business women, I don't think they're wrong for wanting to take a moment to be able to thrive in their best life. And I say that because a lot of times, especially back in the past, there were a lot of men that would marry these women, and then any type of aspirations, any type of motivations, any type of dreams that they had would instantly get shut down, and then they would be stuck with whatever it was. Now, this could be an abusive person, this can be an alcoholic, this can be somebody that honestly was not really fit to be a husband at that time, even though they came with, the physicalities of being a husband. A husband is more than the things you can do or the things that you can bring in physically. A husband is supposed to be somebody that is on a deeper level. This can be a spiritual, mental, emotional, however you guys want to call it. But, in order to be a husband, you have to be able to fit those needs as well as the physicalities as well. As well as the physicalities. You can't just come up here and sit there and say, well, you know what, baby, I made six-figure shit. Let me fuck up your whole life and marry a nigga. No, thank you. Well, what you mean? I sit there, I make I made $1,000. Yes, I did make up a number, y'all. $1,000.
$5,100.
Yeah, $5,100. Sir, that's absolutely fine. You can go ahead and keep all that. You might need that to sit there and buy you some ass later. I'm gonna go home and you have a great day. You know what I mean? Kind of thing like this. So, I'm not gonna say that they're wrong. But what I will say that I have noticed that I do tend to have an issue with are the young ladies who are now being indoctrinated to think that this is the only thing that's acceptable. This is the only thing that's there. That they have to sit there and get this man that makes six figures. And then the only thing they got to do is sit there and put their pussy on. Boom. And then it's just going to make them stay.
Or what about the women who scamming them? They got to scam the man out of the money.
That part,
and
because
cash at me and all that type of stuff.
I know a whole lot of girls that was set up that was set up queens. They would sit there and talk all real good, sit there, I'm gonna go ahead and put this mouth on you, I'm gonna put this whatever, sit there and get them in a hotel room, sit there and drug them, rob their ass, and then by the time they wake up, old girl gone, wallet, everything and wallet gone. All the, they didn't already sat there and got all the cars. They sitting there and trying to figure out the fucking ATM numbers and all that shit.
Damn, babe, cut it out. Cardi B too young to be hanging out with us.
You know what? I wasn't even talking about Cardi, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that though. Like Cardi B was out here. She was parading that shit around, talking about what she used to do.
Right. And my thing is, you know what? We all know that she used to be a stripper. I don't knock strippers because I know it's almost kind of like the Wizard of Oz tactic. I know the illusion, but I also know what goes on behind the red curtain. Okay. And I've actually seen friends die. I've literally been there holding their hand while they're dying of alcohol poisoning. I even have a story of a best friend that whenever she went home, she was assaulted by 3 men. And then not only did they assault them with themselves, they beat her, they assaulted her with inanimate objects, but then they proceeded to take her body, cut her up, and literally throw her on in multiple areas in Mexico to where they could not find or identify her body. They chopped her up in pieces and disposed of her body. So I understand being a dancer was a hard job, but on the other end of that, it was just kind of like I've seen more than my fair share of a lot of women that were doing what they felt that they needed to do to survive because they are somehow in a position that they really don't want to be in. And, I'm going to say this, it's not fair to these men to sit there and think that they're going to get one thing and then they're not getting, they're getting something different. It's not fair for these men to get scammed. It's not fair for, a lot of stuff that these men are doing. But I'm also being the mother of teenagers and 2 grown adults. I'm more concerned about, this music that's sitting here and telling my sons that they have to sit there and they have to sit there and try to be drug pushers, drug makers, or drug users in order to sit there and be accounted to being a man in any kind of way, shape, or form. And then I have my teenage daughter who is has been so indoctrinated that she's looking at a man like this, sitting there saying, oh, well, this is the man I want to be, because you know what? He might not make, you know, a corporate 6 figures. But if you sit there and slang enough of XYZ, you're going to sit there and have this money, not realizing that what comes along with that, there's a lot that they're not telling you. You
And
know,
then
first of all, with a man sitting there making a corporate 6 figures, he's not going to be home. You're going to be by yourself. If you sit there and bust out 1,100 kids, you're going to be the one taking care of those kids. When that man comes home, he's not going to be able to give you a break. You know, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on you to sit there and try to then make sure that he has everything that he needs. You know, it kind of sets the younger generation up to think that chaos is the norm and that we need to learn how to function in chaos, when that is not indeed the case at all. And so I think that's my only major fear out of all of this. Now, do I think that there's a lot of black men that hate black women? Fuck no. Hell no. I mean, everywhere I go, I'm showed love all day long. Now, there's been sometimes where I get a little bit of resistance, but the longer I stay, like I told y'all earlier, I even have men, racist white men, that are sitting there talking about, you know what, we hate all niggers, but you know, that one right there, yeah, we like that one. We're going to make sure that one stays safe. We're going to keep that one safe. We like that one right there. And you would sit there and be like, okay, that was kind of weird, but thank you. You know, you really don't know how to respond to that. So, I mean, it's more than, you know, a distaste. You know, it's more than what we're seeing on social media. Now, on social media, when it comes to these passport bros, look, and this is actually what Mike the Voice has said before. When it comes to these passport bros, look, if you all think you can find better, by all means, do so. We are not hindering y'all. We are not stopping y'all. We are not blocking y'all at all. If y'all think y'all can go, you know, across the water and y'all can find these women, that's wonderful. But ask yourself, why are you a passport bro? A lot of times what we hear is, well, she's not doing this. She's not doing this. She's not doing this. She's not doing this. I have yet to hear or yet to have a conversation with a passport bro where they are taking accountability for any part of any kind of past relationship that failed. Because if there is a failure of a relationship, which consists of 2 people or more, depending, that means that every party in the situation had something to do with the demise of the situation. So if that's the case and you have not healed from your shit, what baggage? Just like Erica Body used to sit there and say bag lady, well, what about bag man? What baggage are you taking to somebody else and expecting them to sit there and fix for you because you don't want to fix it, because you're afraid to fix it, or because you don't know how?
Exactly. They would, and you know what? Then there's this thing with passport bros. Like, again, it's like we don't really give a damn about you going to find somebody, but it's the why behind it. You know, we want to say, you know, the common trend that I came across in regards to passport bros is the ones that are immature. They like Eliza said, don't want to hold themselves accountable for their own actions. They want to, and they basically they're scouring the earth to find a woman that is going to put up with their bullshit at the end of the day.
They trying to find a woman they can control.
And that part, that's why, if you ever notice, because that's the thing, Henny, if you ever just listen to them, to the type of women that they want that they're searching for, what are the first 2 things that they say? They want to find a woman that is agreeable and submissive. If they are not agreeable or submissive, they want nothing to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have hence another thing. Hence why you also see a lot of said passport bros that find these foreign wives, and when you ask them where their wife at, they can't show you, though they want to show you. Why? Because these wives that they're looking for, these wives that they have, they are women that really just allow them to do whatever the hell they want to do. That's the life that they want to live. They want to be married to a woman, but at the same time still be able to do single man shit. That's why they want an agreeable and submissive woman.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna add to that. Here's the difference between men and children. And when I say children, I mean young people, young adults, adult children. When a man looks for a wife, they look for a partner. When an adult male looks for a wife, they're looking for a mommy that they can fuck.
Yep.
Let's just keep it a buck.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm not only going to sit there and target them because I am an equal opportunist. Anybody can go ahead and get this work. Okay.
Right.
It's the same for women. You know, a lot of these young women sitting there talking about, I need this and I need that. Okay, so what are you willing to do to get that? Well, I shouldn't have to do nothing. They should accept me as I am. Okay, so if that's the case, then.
Or you have the ones that say, well, all I need to do is sit around and look pretty.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And my question then becomes, if that's the case, then why can't you accept them for who they are?
I'm gonna ask her at that point. Then, when you're no longer pretty, can I throw you away like you're trash?
Right. Because you no longer have any value if your looks is the only thing that you bring to the table.
You're not gonna ask no other woman shit.
Well, yeah, boy.
But no, I'm just playing with you, baby. You're fine. But
you're right. I was saying no.
It's for me. It's the exact same. You know, like you can't expect something out of somebody else that you're not willing to give.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that goes.
It has to be an equal ebb and flow. Exactly. You know, I've been married currently for 7 years. We're walking into our 8th year. We have never had an argument. We have never been angry. Thank you. Yes, we annoy each other. That's natural because he's goofy as fuck and so am I. However,
that would be X. That would be that one over there. X out, the one that's beside Mike.
And when we have become annoyed with each other, one goes to one end of the house, the other one goes to the other end of the house. We sit and process it, come to a cooler place, come together, discuss the annoyances, become mindful of the behavior and modify it and keep on moving.
Exactly.
You know, Betty Biscuit and Bo Bapa Dietrich and them just as immature as fuck. And remember, I just had mentioned earlier, it's arrested development.
Mm-hmm.
They are stuck in a place at a certain time in their life and have not moved past that.
Mm-hmm.
They have not moved past that. I'm going to use my previous husband as an example. Even though he was 9.5 years older than me, he was still stuck in junior high emotionally and mentally.
Mm-hmm.
He expected me to be his grandmother. That was the one that was the major fixture in his life.
Mm-hmm.
He expected me. I mean, he would come in the kitchen when I was cooking. Well, my grandmama never made it like that. My grandmama never did this like this. My grandmama never did. Well, how about you dig that motherfucker up and put your dick in her mouth?
Oh. Okay. And hope that she don't bite down hard on that bitch.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know. And then the encounters after him with fellas that I've had, and trust me, and I'm not gonna lie, I have spun the block. You know, prior to meeting, prior to who I'm currently with. Why? Because I was not in a space to settle down with anybody anymore ever again. That's where I was. And the last encounter that I had, he had been with 3 women and sired 3 children with each woman and kept asking the question as to why at 45 he wasn't married. And I said to him, If I go interview each and every one of these women, they're not going to tell you the same lies. So guess what? The issue is you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
But see,
The
that part.
issue is you.
we got
That
people that
part.
don't want to deal with that because they're afraid of taking accountability. All their life
Mm-hmm.
they grew up sitting there and saying, well, it's not my fault, it's somebody else's fault because they blah 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 blah. And
No, 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 no.
it was here's a perfect example. I literally was having a conversation with what I perceived to be an adult. Well, it was a man that was on a panel that was 18 and up. So I perceived him to be an adult. I'm just going to put that out there. That's the disclaimer. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So, whenever we're having a conversation, he's like, first we were sitting there and talking about men and women. And then it went to, well, you do this and you do that. First of all, sweetheart, I don't know you. I don't know you from shit go to Sandman. So, then it was, well, I don't mean you, Eliza. And then after a while, it was, well, yeah, it's you and you're a bitch and you're that. I said, okay, well, you know what? If that's how you take me,
Baby.
hold on. If that's how you take me, then that's how you take me. But believe me, honey, for every letter of that word, I guarantee you I'm a queen in somebody's eyes. So here's the difference between you and I. I understand that I can be a bitch. I wear that word and that badge of honor because
Mm-hmm.
I know my light side. I know my dark side. I'm not afraid of either.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you happen to
That
get
part.
is specific to you. Because guess what? There's people that are on YouTube right now that'll sit there and say, oh, Eliza would never. Y'all don't believe that. Eliza wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Eliza wouldn't say that. Eliza wouldn't blah, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm.
blah. But then again, and then you got people, oh, well, yeah, she's a bitch and she's this. Now, granted, it's not as many, but, she's a bitch and she's this. Well, you're right. I'm 100% of all of those things. I'm not going to sit there and just say that I'm good because there's times where I'm not good. And there's times I get on here and, if you want the smoke, baby, I got fire and marshmallows for you. It's whatever you want.
Say that.
Well,
Say that. Say
well,
that.
But,
Because I can guarantee you, at the big old age that I'm at, I can be a graduated asshole. I can be that. Nephew over here done seen me in action.
yeah, sure have.
I don't
You
believe
know.
that.
Oh, you don't, y'all,
Yeah.
Eliza.
That's okay. I'm not
This
saying
one here. When you get her riled up, if you want them, she'll call you all kinds of. She'll cuss you out in ways you never thought you could be cussed out.
Well, all I'm saying is, it's not that I don't believe that. What I'm saying is, I believe that she's a woman that's truly inside her power. She ain't got to step in it. She carries it and wears it all the time.
Yeah.
Like I said, I had to learn how to dim my light because for the longest time, I didn't do it. And people would literally feel me in the chat. And I wouldn't even, look, I'd be lurking, wouldn't even put in a comment and they knew I was there. So, I mean, I understand that, presence can truly be strong, but I also understand that sometimes your energy just irritate other people's demons. That wasn't,
Yes,
that
it
wasn't
does.
slogan, that was not, that is real shit. So,
Yes, it does.
when it gets to
Yes,
where,
it does.
I understand that where I am in my life, I'm very, very blessed to be there. I'm very, very happy to be there. I wouldn't change. I'm one of the few people that I know that will honestly say I would not change a fucking thing I've ever went through because it allowed me to be the person I am today. And the only thing I would ask is that for the next 10, 20 years, that I'm a bit more susceptible to learning my lesson the first time instead of having to have my head hit a few times. That's the only thing I would ask.
That's what I'm saying. Because
But-
without the pain that I have experienced, I wouldn't be who I am now.
Exactly.
I wouldn't have the lessons as an older woman to pass down to the younger group underneath me.
Exactly.
But,
And go ahead.
And here's the thing. A lot of these people out here, and Mike can attest to this, I have been shut down on that clock app because I give out too much game.
Girl, look, that's why I like over here. Cause look here, look, Mike can contest. We just said all kind of triggering words today.
We sure did. We sure did, and we still going strong.
She's still live. She's still going strong. Okay.
And I apologize for my tardiness. Unc wanted me to see my favorite artist, which is Rihanna. And
I figured that's who you're talking about.
yes, and I was laying across his lap and fell asleep while I was watching it. So,
I'm not gonna lie. I used to love me some Rihanna, and my husband said one thing that fucked that whole thing up. Whenever she was younger, he said, "Oh, babe, you have the same body type as her. Oh, that's sexy."
See, that's some fraganackle fuck shit.
Well,
I said, "Well, thank you," because one of the things he's always told me is that, babe, I will always be 100% honest with you. I won't lie to you. Thank you for your honesty, but there's just some things that do not need to come out of your mouth.
Hey, you know what? There are a lot of fellas on this planet that don't understand that can be offensive as fuck.
And I took it offensive.
That can be offensive as fuck, And before I had learned how to govern my temper, I remember choking my previous husband out for making a comment along those lines. I was trying to send him to his maker.
I'm not saying that she's not beautiful. Back then, he used to always say, "Well, babe, you look like this when my hair was short." He said, "Babe, you look like a darker version of Halle Berry." And we had actually seen news of Halle Berry. And I mean, as far as I was concerned, at that time, he wasn't wrong. And plus, she's one of the hottest women in the world. So, yeah. Rihanna's younger than me. Rihanna's still, vibrant. And I'm sitting here looking like, in my mind, it kind of went to, so you would rather be with her than me? And the thing is, it was never said, but somehow my mind went there. Like, oh, you like Rihanna more than me? Like, you're comparing her to the woman you love. And I now see that it was silly and it was foolish. And I've since then gotten over it. But, this was around the time where she was still with Chris Brown. Okay. Before all the shenanigans hit. And I'm just like, really? So you're just gonna throw me away for an Islander? That's what we're doing now? I look.
What? I would have purposely ate some stuff that would have gave me the grandiose bubble gut, and waited until we went to sleep, and I would have tried to blow all of his skin off his back. I'm no lie.
That's not a bad idea, but I would have had to smell it too, and I'm not trying to die in my own.
Oh boy!
But here's the thing: it's your gas, so you can tolerate it a lot better than the party that's receiving it. I'm that motherfucker. I'm that mother. Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and eat some stuff that's going to be disagreeable with my tummy and wait.
But see, my whole thing was, I literally, and I remember thinking this, I said, dude, I look like the epitome of Haitian, of Haiti. I mean, I look like Haiti, Sudan, Nigeria, Nicaragua. I look like all of that. And she's more pretty than me. And I don't know why that came to my mind, because I have never.
Don't ever say that she's more prettier than you are. She's a different version of pretty.
Yeah. Like I said, this was whenever I was, how old was I? Felt like 25 or some shit. I was in my mid-20s or my early 20s.
I keep forgetting you up there with me in age. I keep forgetting that.
But, it kind of got to where I was just like, okay. And so I've never been secure or insecure at all. And for some reason, that just hit. And so I kind of went to work, forgot about it. And then later on, I had to sit there and ask myself, why was I even insecure about that? I mean, dude, she light-skinned it. She's pretty. She's gorgeous. But, she's light-skinned it. She has an accent. There's a lot of differences between us. Had I met her, we probably would have been cool as a fan. You know what I mean? Probably would have been home, drinking it, shopping together, everything else. because we got the same quirky personality. But literally, I had to ask myself, I had to kind of come back to myself, hey, what was going on? And then I literally had to realize that blow up had nothing to do with Rihanna. It was based off of something else. I just tried I tried my best to attach it to her. And what happened then? And so then whenever I sat there and I was on my healing journey, I was able to remember that and kind of work through what the actual issues were of, just scarcity, which is not being enough, not feeling like you have enough, like you can gain enough, things of this nature. And once I was able to sit there and work through that, baby, I was like, oh yeah, she a bad bitch. She bad. She sat there and pour it up. I was like, hey, she need to come to my club. Right. Oh my God, you love it.
Right. Because nephew has met me in person back up in September of last year, and he can tell you, I'm a firecracker off here and on here.
That's what they tell me all the time. They used to sit there and tell me I was a firecracker, and I'm just like, okay, well, firecracker or bigger stick of dynamite, you choose.
And matter of fact, nephew was sick of my shit.
Look at the way he looking. He like, he remembering.
He's shaking his head. He was sick of my shit.
I remember that was wild.
Well, Exile, I guess it's safe to say that you won't be able to watch the halftime show tomorrow.
Yes, he will.
Hey, shit. Now, soon Rihanna hit that screen, Eliza gonna be side-eyeing you the whole time.
No, she flat.
No, I mean, now that I sit there,
is Exile her Honey Bunny Boo?
Yes, that's my.
Oh, shucky ducky whack whack. Shucky ducky whack whack. You said you from Dallas?
Huh? Oh no, I'm not from Dallas. We are from.
But you said Kansas. I heard him say something about Texas.
I don't know.
Nah, that was Clue earlier. I'm from Kansas City.
All right, KC Mo.
Yes.
That's where I am currently.
Really? Oh, you're real close.
Yes.
Oh, that's
over here by the old. I'm over here by the old Bannister Mall.
Well, you ain't even gotta explain to us how you is. You already know how we are around this way.
Right. We all firecrackers.
I'm sure I am. Yeah.
I mean, whenever
I came from Dallas to be with that fella that's in that photograph.
Hey, I ain't mad at you. But here's one thing about Kansas folk. Whenever we cool. But whenever we pop off, we pop off. We are a group of people that are not afraid to jump off the porch for no reason. Period. You got smoke, we got
I've seen that.
It's whatever.
Listen. Drove me down Prospect.
Woo!
And Truth. Baby.
Woo! Look, that's a whole other level. Boy, look, she just sat there and said Truth. I used to have to sit there and drive down Truth to sit there and try to get home. Shit. I'm not even gonna sit there and tell y'all about the motherfucking whole stroll line of bitches and how these bitches.
Yes, ma'am.
I was ready to drive. I was ready to run every one of these hoes over. Everyone, and they had a big ass car. Oh shit, they could have all got the business.
Cause my nail shop is over there in the landing. I go to the landing to get my nails done, and I be sitting up looking at that. I said, boy, these boogers out here.
They bold. They bold as fuck.
Man.
They don't care if you there or not. Hold on. I sat there and I bought my first house cash out. I sat there and bought my first house for $9,000 cash out. I was super excited. It was over there near for sale. I was super excited. When I tell you my dad went in there to sit there and help me work on this house, and this man stepped foot on the porch, he was able to see one. Like when I said, look,
the cluckers.
It had to be half a mile. This bitch spotted him from half a mile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold up. Okay, so the way my house was that whenever you come out the house, like let's say this is the front door, you come out the house, the sidewalk is like this. So you have to go to you look to the right of the sidewalk, half a mile that way. I'm not even seeing this bitch until she got a quarter of a mile. And he's literally like, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He said, man, you don't see that bitch? No. First of all, my question is, how the fuck did you train your eyes to see this bitch? Okay. Secondly, what the fuck? He's like, man, he said, baby, get in the house. Get in the house. He said, baby, look.
All I know is Paseo is the only place that got renamed Martin Luther King Drive that the people raised so much hell that they was like, hey, nah, you finna rename this bitch Paseo.
They showed they ass when it got named MLK. They showed they ever loving ass. And listen, Eliza, how about now we still over here by the old Bannister Mall, right? How about our truck has been broken into twice over here?
Only twice?
Twice. One of my neighbors, she done had her catalytic converter replaced 3 times. These jokers over here. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You got Ron Dietrich and them over here strong.
It's annoying as fuck. The only way to avoid the motherfucking tweakers and shit, though, is one of those sensor alarms.
And then the thing is, sometimes depending on how hard they tweaking, they don't even care.
Oh, they might still be in your...
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, look, since we done been over here, we done seen some stuff. I said, these motherfuckers will still stink off of shit.
Yes. And then, hold on, and then try to turn around and sell it to you, though.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. This property that we live on has changed hands 5 times since I've lived here, right? The last property manager, when I say she was Boonisha, Boonisha was leasing apartments to teenagers over here.
Enough said. Bruh.
Yeah. One of the new property manager is not playing any games, so she's getting them up out of here. And matter of fact, we had just got the security doors put in on every building. Mike, remember that?
Yeah, I sure do.
When I told you when I told you we just got the security doors put in, and within 30 minutes of installation, them jokers and tore them doors up.
I remember
they
that.
They done kicked the mail room door in.
But see,
the clothing donation box that we have in the parking lot down there by the mail room, they done set that joke on fire.
I'm just saying, Kansas City is the only place I know they'll rob a McDonald's, then come back and order a Big Mac from the same motherfucking McDonald's they just robbed 15 minutes ago.
They forgot that they robbed you. They forgot that they robbed you. And then that was, hold on. Don't forget that they robbed you. And then they will pay you with the same money that they took from your fucking register.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
I thought Memphis was bad. My goodness.
No.
They got the nerves to be cussing at you when you know what I'm saying, call the police.
Oh no. This is literally a real experience that my husband and I had. So remember I sat there and said I had an ex-boyfriend that wasn't shit. He wasn't even the stank on the shit. That's how much he wasn't shit. I'm gonna go ahead and tell the story, baby. I'm talking about Reggie.
No, I was just telling him what I seen at McDonald's with that poor McDonald's manager. I felt bad for him.
No. But I'm telling him about Reggie.
Oh my God.
So
wow.
Let me tell y'all about this motherfucker here. So this motherfucker just sat there and went, okay, so at this time we were in some apartments, and the apartments were right across the street from the gas station. Okay. This motherfucker sat there and got so high, put on a sheer stocking cap. That's how y'all know this story about to get good. He put on a sheer stocking cap. You can see this motherfucker face. Okay. Goes and robs the gas station. Not only for that money, but for a few little trinkets, like donuts, honey buns, stupid shit.
Hell no. Hell no.
Hold on, sis.
Oh,
Get
good
better.
Lord.
Get better. Get better. So while they sat there, he waited because they sat there and they had the silent alarm. He waited till the cops got there to sit there and try to leave. Now remember, we are right across the street. Not even a total of 100 steps. Okay.
Quit playing.
He runs across the street, comes into the apartment, runs and hides in the bathtub. Sits there, hears somebody at the door, closes the curtain. This is a big black motherfucker, mind you. Closes the curtain that is white. Nigga, we see you. Okay?
See?
Hold on. So then, whenever whoever was knocking on the door, they were literally one of the neighbors that usually comes over to this spot to sit there and smoke. At this time, this ex-boyfriend, his spot, his place was the spot because he was a pussy. I didn't know it at the time, but he was a pussy. Everybody walked over this motherfucker. He was the perfect epitome of a doormat. Okay? I had bigger balls than he did. I just wore them on my chest. So, these are homies, and they sitting here bringing over, weed. They're sitting here bringing over embalming fluid. Mind you, I don't do any drugs of any kind. I don't. At this time, I didn't even smoke cigarettes.
Oh, they were messing with that water?
Hold on. Yeah, the embalming fluid, all that shit. Because what they were doing, they were making sticks.
Yeah, we call it water where I'm from.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So
Yeah, that's what we used to call it too. Water or wet or sherm.
mhm.
Exactly.
So while this is happening, this motherfucker decide, you know what? Since the rotation going, he want to come out the bathroom to try to hit the rotation. Forgets he has on the stocking cap because all of us now that are sitting in rotation. And I was sitting there, but they knew to pass me because, like I said, I didn't even do cigarettes. So shit, my intake, oh shit, I would have died. Okay. So they sit here and passing around me, but we're still engaging in conversation. This motherfucker forgets that he has on sheer stocking caps. So everybody's laughing at him while we're over there, sitting on the couch
Damn.
like this.
Damn.
Hold on.
Damn.
Gets better. So he gets to the point that by this time, there has been at least 4 or 5 blunts that have been rolled and everybody's sitting there and taking it straight to the face. By this time, I've gotten up, opened up some windows and shit because I don't want to contact hot.
Yeah. Now her boyfriend at the time is at work, and this is all my home. This is all my. Oh, he wasn't at work. He was kicking it with my homies at the time. Okay, this is all my homies firing up this weed and not letting him hit it because they think this dude is a peon.
Well, we're not even talking about him. We sitting there talking about everybody else. Now, mind you, another one of the homies there always sat there and saw me as, you're very, very welcome, Clue, not a problem. But he sat there and saw me as, little cousin. So he was one of those that no matter what, he would kind of like father me a little bit. Like, okay, Liza, go to the room, stuff like this, kind of put a wet towel down so, it doesn't come in, it doesn't fuck with you. If you're ever around weed smoke, if it feels like fuzzy, okay, it's weed. If it feels like, you feel like you got like little needles in your throat, that's not weed. You need to get out of the room. That's something else, blah, blah, blah. He schooled me on all that, okay? There was a few more things, but I'm not going to say it on my live. Well, so this motherfucker forgets. He's sitting here and taking this shit to the face, having a conversation. He gets so high, he's already stumbling to the door. He's going to the door because he has munchies. He realizes he has money in his pocket. Mind you, stocking cap rolled right here, y'all. Besides, he's going to go to the gas station to get some munchies.
Damn. Now this the dude that I'm talking about. All my homies think is a peon, and they won't pass him the blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
No, they passed Reggie the blunt.
Oh, they passed Reggie the blunt. They wasn't passing David the blunt.
Nope, they wasn't passing David the blunt. They passed
He had his own shit.
And this was David's place, and he was the one not getting the blunt. Okay.
My homies are savage. They savage. They still savage.
This motherfucker forgets. He still has the stocking cap on. He has it rolled up. It's still the same fucking color and everything. The police are still there getting reports. He goes over there and sits there and uses the money he saw at the fucking register to sit there and get some more fucking donuts and honey buns.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Then now
Wow.
mind you, I'm in the room once again away from the smoking shit. I go out on the balcony. They taking this dumb motherfucking handcuffs. Wait, what y'all doing? I swear I ain't did nothing, bro. I swear I ain't did shit. Man, the evidence is there.
Oh my
Not
God.
only that, but they pulled up the fucking cameras.
You oh,
Hey, you still wearing the same shit.
and the award for
He
donkey
got-
of the day goes to
World's dumbest criminal. World's dumbest criminal.
Man,
Mm.
man. Come on.
You fucking idiot. Oh my God.
I'm so thrilled. I am so thrilled.
At this time, my boyfriend
Oh
was
my
white.
God.
Okay. Mind you, at this time, my boyfriend was white. And every single time I went over to the boyfriend's house, Reggie was always trying to hit on me so heavy. And I was like, dude, no. And he always wondered, you know what, Eliza, why you ain't never said, why you ain't never give me a chance?
See.
Dude, you have the intelligence of Nat Tooch. Come on, man.
Oh my
Bruh.
God.
Should have broke it to him easy. Been like I didn't see no potential.
No, I didn't even say that. I just like, all I said was, man, get the fuck out of my face. Like, my girlfriend came over and this man was a pussy hound. And we're still talking about Reggie. This man was a pussy hound. So my friend came over and he was always, let me smash. I'm not touching this motherfucker with nobody else pussy, much less somebody else dick. Okay. So she's like, I'm gonna go ahead and give him a chance. So of course, as girls talk, as soon as she come out, she like, this dude, of course, this dude was so little. Cause mind you, my best friend, we always, they joke, they gave her a nickname. I'm not gonna say what her nickname was because I don't know if anybody knows or anything like this, but this is what I consider my ratchet best friend. She's my whole friend. Okay. And I call her this to her face and everything else, and she always laughs about it. But whenever she sit there and say that, bro, she sat there and made it easy for him to get in and he still couldn't find the hole.
Quit playing.
What in the hell?
You know what? See, you making me go back to the day that this dude rolled up
I
to the crib and he had a button dick. He had a button dick. And I'm like, first of all, where is the rest of you?
Right. All we seeing is the head. That's it.
I swear
Where's
it's like just when you think you have found the dumbest person on the face of the earth, there's always somebody around the corner to raise the goddamn bar. Oh my God.
Look, hey dude, hold my beer.
Nephew. Should I tell them about my previous husband?
Hell yeah. I'm
Go
feeling
right
good.
ahead, shit.
I'm feeling
Might as
good
well.
about mine too.
Might as fucking well.
Boy, shut up. You ain't
Baby,
Shit.
this motherfucker that I was married to, his great grandmama should have been swallowed. That's how.
Man.
This motherfucker, he would act stupid when old food would be sitting in the refrigerator. And of course, if food is old, you're gonna throw it out, right?
I know where this is going. I know about this story.
You already know. There was a damn hot link that still sat in the refrigerator for weeks to where it done got slimy. This idiot got this damn hot link, rinsed it off, put it on the stove to boil it, ate it, and it fucked him up so tough where he couldn't fart or belch, right?
Did you say he cleaned it off and boiled it?
Yes.
You know
Yes,
that,
he did.
Eliza. You know how you ever seen like when you put meat in the refrigerator and it gets so old that it develops that white grayish secretion. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. So he already tore up because he can't fart or belch, and then he turned around and drank an 18 pack of natural light on top of it.
Oh, hell nah. This is disaster waiting to happen.
So dude was so toe down that he was sitting on the end of our bed leaning, and all of a sudden he popped up real fast, and the blood rushed from his head, and he blacked out and bounced off the dresser and hit the floor. Then the next thing you know, as soon as he hit the floor, he let out a floating air biscuit that could have peeled all the paint off of everything in the house, man. Then we're gonna fast forward to 5 years before I walked out of that marriage. He had this bad habit of microwaving a plate over and over again instead of just heating it up and eating it. And the damn food was fucking around with cabbage. You can't play with cabbage like that. You can't play with cabbage. And he had cabbage on that plate. When he finally did decide to eat it, it did him the same way that old Hot Link did him. But I let his ass roll for about 3 days because he couldn't fart, couldn't belch. I knew what I needed to do to break that seal. But I let him hurt for a few days. Dude rolling on the floor and everything.
Hey.
So I went in the kitchen and got some baking soda and some water. Gave it to him and walked him in the bathroom and told him, "You're going to need to sit on the side of the tub, man, because it's going to be bad."
Yeah.
Soon as he drank that baking soda and water and it popped that seal, he let a burp out. I know that lasted for 3 minutes. And soon as he let that burp out, you could smell it down the hall.
Oh God.
And then he started up chucking and pooping at the same time.
Oh.
See, yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. He really needed a wastebasket in the toilet.
Then this nut, where we lived 7 miles from his spot that he liked to hang out at. This idiot walked 7 miles going to where he normally kick it at. And he been drinking Four Locos and Red Bull and vodka and all of that.
Oh shit.
And then had to turn around and walk back to where we lived. Didn't quite make it. He passed out behind the fairgrounds. And the way that he passed out, his feet were on the sidewalk and his head was in the street.
Oh shit.
So here's this phone call starting at 2:30 in the morning. "Hey, come get me." "Where you at, man?" "I'm around here on Bryan Street." Bryan Street is 3 blocks away from where we actually live. "Dude, you ain't but 3 blocks away. You could walk your ass home." I hang up. 20 minutes later.
"Hey, come get me."
"Say, man, come get me." "Where you at?" I said, "I'm on Bryan Street." "I'm not coming to get you." Click them.
Right.
The phone rang again 10 minutes later. I said, "This is Johnny from the Dallas Police Department. Is this Mrs. Love?" "Yeah. I'm with your husband currently, and he was found behind the fair park on Grand Avenue, passed out, and he's got $20 in his pocket. And do you want us to put him in a cab?" "No, we need that money."
Right.
We need that money right now. Sit right there. I went to my neighbor and I said, "Look, we need to go get this fool." We get to where he's at. Dude done duke it on himself. Dude done duke it on himself. Forehead skin up. Knuckle skin up. The shoulder skinned up.
Oh,
And
this is
something
bad.
told me to tell my neighbor, I said, "Look, make sure you got a tarp to put in the back of the truck because this is fixing to be fucked up.
Right.
This is so bad.
And when we get to the house, bring him back to the house and everything, and we putting him in the truck, man, you drunk. I ain't drunk. Yes, the fuck you are. I said I ain't drunk. He slipped trying to get into the trunk and busted his head again.
Mm-mm.
When we got to the house, I made him take all of his clothes off at the front door before he even walked in the house.
Right.
And I threw them bitches in the trash. I wouldn't even let him come any further than that landing space right in front of your front door. I put a trash bag down on the floor for him to lay on it.
Yep.
And here's the fucked up thing. He had a job interview scheduled for the following day.
Mm.
Right. But he done messed himself up.
Right.
So when daybreak come and he finally, a little bit sober to wake up, he's like, what happened? You don't know what happened? He went in there and walked in the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Man, what happened? Why you let me do this to myself? Look, you grown. You grown, pimp.
Oh yes.
Man, you know the man is stupid. Why you let me do stupid? See, first of all, you talking in third person.
Right.
And at that point, he was 47 years old, still doing this dumb shit.
No.
Yeah, 47 years old.
Oh
And that's when I really started formulating my exit plan.
Right.
And here's the thing, he could feel the energy shift. He felt that energy shift.
Mm-hmm.
So a week or so after that, he says, it ain't a good look for a man my age not be with nobody. You should have thought about that years ago.
Right.
You should have thought about that years ago.
See,
and then I pulled a grandiose Houdini on that dude.
Well, see,
I Houdini'd him.
Here's my thing. This kind of comes back to a lot of black men, and I'm not saying all of them. This is just a lot. It comes to this. I hear so often that these boys want. Well, let me not say these boys. I hear so often that men, because sometimes it's older men too that actually have their shit together. These men want us to go back to being susceptible and to being agreeable and to being subservient. And my thing is, in order for us to give you that, you have to become a leader. Now, with that story by itself, with Reggie's story, and with many others that I'm pretty sure are out there, where are you going to lead us to? Why is it that you expect us to sit there and do
hell?
Exactly. Well, honey, not even to hell. Obviously, he couldn't find it. If he couldn't sit there and find where the fuck he was trying to go 7 feet away, or 7 blocks away, how the hell he gonna make it to hell?
No, 7 miles in 100-degree weather.
See, my whole thing is you have to become a leader, and then you have to sit there and show us that you can lead. And so with these ideologies, where exactly are you gonna lead us to? Like I said, I hear so often that we're supposed to be submissive. Well, in order to do that, you have to give us something we're submitting to. And if you can't give us something we're submitting to, how are you really going to be upset? Because, bro, let's keep it a buck. If you was a kid and the version of you that you are living in at that moment was your father, would you follow your father? Hell no.
That part. Now here I am with who I'm currently with, and the dudes who were really trying to lock me in, all of them. What did he say? What did he say? We couldn't. What did he have to? It wasn't what he said. It's what he did.
Exactly. And that's the same way it goes with my husband, because there's a lot of my husband is he's light skinned, so when it comes to that, when they see him, they see white because of how fair toned he is. They don't ever think to ask because if they ask, we don't have a problem giving the answer. But he's so fair, he looks white. Like his natural look, he looks like, the white plaque of Jesus with a tint of color. Like somebody sneezed and they sneezed some color on his ass. Okay. Tint of color.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So here's the thing. I get from so many darker skinned men. Oh, well, you know what? You just didn't like black men. That's not the case. My whole thing is it had nothing to do with what these men look like. If I sit there and tell you that I am a queen and I am looking to build an empire, it doesn't make sense for me to fall in love with a peasant. It makes sense for me to sit there and fall in love with a king, because that's the
Say it one more time for the people in the back.
There you go. There you go.
And the thing is, it's a lot of dark skinned men that confide in their women the way they want their women to confide in them as well, and listen to their women. That don't mean actually do what they say, but take it into consideration and equate it into the problem.
Well, see, that's what
that part.
It's just a lot of them hear these talks and they get triggered because they think that it's a generalization of all men, and it's really not.
But here's the thing: if they get triggered, you basically have put a mirror in front of them, and they don't like what they see.
Exactly. And instead of changing it, they're trying to sit there and alert you enough to where you might potentially move the mirror. And that's why a lot of people get irritated with me, because I'm not going to move it. But, it's sad because I've said this before. But my thing is, I want a man that can guide and that can lead me to where it is I want to be. I don't want a man that I have to raise up like another fucking child. I already have my husband and I together.
But that's what they want you to do. That's what a lot of men want you to do. They want, that again, that's the reason why they want these said quote unquote agreeable and submissive woman. They want somebody that's gonna let them get away with being the bottom of the barrel. See, they know they know they're the bottom of the barrel. They know they're the lowest. They know they are socially and publicly inferior to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So what they got to do is they got to find somebody that's gonna tolerate that shit and sit there and let them do whatever the hell they want to do. That's why they look at black women like you, Eliza, like you, 1T, and they sit there and say, wow, well, y'all just doing too much. Y'all too high on y'all pedestal. It's not the fact that y'all are too high on a pedestal. It's the fact that they have nothing to give y'all. Mm-hmm. And so in order for them, it's just like what I said earlier when I to Miss 702 when I was talking about men wanting to cut other women that are on a high pedestal down a size. They really like that. In fact, they really like that shit. But it's the fact that it makes them look small.
It scares them. Yeah.
It scares them. It puts fear in their heart. In order to relinquish that fear, they had to make you feel smaller than what they really are.
Either
expectations of standards with lack of standards. But on that note, baby, you got your handle live handled. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I love you.
I love you too, baby. Hold on. Whose live are you about to go and check out?
Ooh.
I may or may not be up to nefarious internet troll business. They're not pending a book that's fictional that I may be writing.
Okay. Have fun, baby.
Like Mike knows my story. Right. Mike knows my story very well because I shared it with him and the rest of my babies. When my husband got me, I was at the brink of death and I had been living on the street for 18 months. The brink of death. And he knew who I was when he saw a photograph of me. He instantly knew. And I'm not going to lie, I ran for a minute because I was like, I don't trust it. Mm-hmm. But when I heard his voice, it resonated who he was to me.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard his voice, I instantly said to him, "Where have you been?
Mm-hmm. That's that presence.
Where ha- where have you been?"
Mm-hmm.
And he wired some money to me. I never asked him for a dime.
Right.
And he wired that money to me, and I was like, "You sent this to the wrong person." He says, "No, I sent it to who I need to send it to. You are now my responsibility. Keep that in your pocket for as long as you need to keep it in your pocket, and give me time. I'm bringing you home."
There you go.
And he worked double shifts for an entire month so he could pay rent 2 times in 1 month so he could have time to bond with me.
Mm-hmm.
And when he brought me home, I came home to a fully furnished place.
Mm-hmm.
I had brand new towels that he had bought for me. Every little favorite thing that he had took note of mine, he had it in the refrigerator. Refrigerator was fully stocked. Functioning appliances. Everything that was needed to create a home was here when he brought me here.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have to lift a finger.
Exactly.
And he carries the photograph of me when I was previously married to that monster in his wallet, and he's been carrying it for 7 years. And he says, "I'm going to hold on to this because I'm making a promise that you will never look like this ever again, not while you're with me."
There you go.
Mhm. There it is.
See, now that is a man, because that man, once again, like you say, he didn't have to be told what to do. He just knew. And I think that's, this is gonna sound silly, but I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of girls get frustrated, whenever they're with their lover, because they're like, oh, well, you're supposed to just know. And the main reason why is because in our soul, we know that whenever we are with the right one, that's exactly what
Right,
it is. They just know.
right. And Mike has witnessed me and Unc together.
Oh,
Hmm.
I can tell from your picture, honey. You ain't say less. I can tell from your picture right there because I feel it. And the thing is that a lot of times we know what it is. Well, a lot of times where, especially whenever we're young, there's certain things that we want. We don't realize that that's not
Hmm.
really us wanting it; it's our soul wanting it, and that's one of the reasons that we stay so bothered and so unsettled. Even
Hmm.
when you're in a relationship that looks good to everybody else, and it's just like there's something that's just is going like this,
Yeah.
and it's not sitting with you,
Right.
and
Right.
that's exactly what it is. Because when it comes to that man, I can go ahead and tell y'all the day, and this is gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all anyway.
Mhm.
I literally was at the house. Now, mind you, this man has 8 brothers. He is one of 14 from his daddy's side, and he is one of 3 from his mother's. Yes, Papa was a hell of a Rolling Stone, okay? But Papa loved dipping into nature's chocolate. He was
Well,
married. He was married to my husband's mother, but loved falling and trying to find himself into nature's chocolate. Okay.
well,
Was
So,
recognized needs not to be explained.
mm,
well.
so it got to the point where I was with one of his brothers. I actually planned on shacking up with one of the brothers. Now I ain't gonna lie, his brother, tall, light skinned. Yeah, and I told myself, you know what? I just want to ride this ride one good time to see if it's as fun as it looks. Just want to ride this ride that one good time.
Mm.
Right before anything happened, and me and his brother were talking, I sat there and I saw my husband in the doorway. When I saw him in the doorway, I'm gonna tell y'all what I saw. It was him, but I did not see him. I saw a shadow of him. I saw a shadow of me. I saw little children around, and I sat there and I saw something that shined on the finger to sit there and represent a ring. I sat there and I
Mm.
looked at his
See?
brother and I said, "Yeah, we can't do this." Oh no, what's going on?
Yeah.
I said, "It's gonna sound crazy. I'm supposed to marry your brother." He looked at me. Now, mind you, I am my husband's second marriage. Okay. He sat there and looked at me and he was like, huh, okay, shit, we'll see if that shit happens. He ain't never getting married. We'll see how that works, but if that's what you want to go for, shit, go for it. He said, just remember, when you're done, I'm right here. Okay, cool. Nothing ever happened between me and his brother. Do you know, from that moment I sat there and I was talking to my husband. This is back before, whenever he was a prospect. Okay. I had already known who he was. We already had history. I already had a thing for the man for years. And we sat there and started talking. And I actually had a gold Buick Century, y'all. My car was dope. Okay. But I was young. So in my middle console, I was smart. I had condoms just in case, because I'm not saying that I was going to go and do anything. But if I'm going to do anything, I don't want to sit there and have to depend on somebody else for protection. I'm sitting there myself, right? He came in my car. We were talking. And I raised up my middle console by accident. I was looking for something. He's like, a lot of men would have been like, yeah. He was like, cool, you protecting yourself. I dig it. Didn't have to explain anything. I was like, okay, yeah. And I said, this is going to sound crazy, but so I just saw, and I explained to him the same way I explained to y'all what I saw. He said, that's not crazy. Said, because the other night I knew you were coming over. He said, I had a dream that you were coming over and that you were going to be my wife. Don't know how it happened, but you were mine. You were meant for me. And I said, oh. And he's like, yeah. So I was like, oh, well, okay, damn. Like, what do you say when you get there? You just, okay.
Well, now.
And Eliza will confirm. It's when you're not looking is when they are presented to you.
That part. I had known this man. Like I said, my mother was a teacher. His sister, who was my age, was her student. I had always been a friend of hers. Whenever I went over and sat there and played canasta with grandma, I knew he was there. Never really went in there to look at him except for one time. And I was like, damn. I don't even like light-skinned, but okay. Shit. But I remember saying something to this man. And when I sit there and tell you, now, mind you, he was married at the time. I did not know. He would not even look in my direction. He would not bat his eye. There was one time he sat there and looked somewhere else and he was like, Eliza, I'm married. And then there was another dude that was there. Man, you don't even like your wife. He said, I might not like her, but everybody here will respect her. So as far as I'm concerned, okay, yes, sir. Nothing else need to be said. Respect. Woman wasn't shit, but because of the way he sat there and announced, what the intents were, that's what it was. And I had met this woman twice. Always was very friendly with her, gave her the utmost respect. She liked me. And I'm just like, okay, cool. She likes me. Now, I had to force myself to go because in the back of my mind, I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm hearing now, damn well, if you sit there and try to hang out with her and you really over there for it, you ain't shit. Okay, cool. I'm going to leave the situation because I don't want, that kind of stirs
no
the
credit.
Right. And I'm like, I'm not trying to have none of that bad energy, bad juju, none of that shit. Or at that time I said, I don't want no bad luck or, a negative foundation on anything. And right now, if we cool, I'd rather it just be cool and there would be no ulterior motives put in there at all.
Yeah.
Later on, whenever we met, I was married at the time. I was married for a year. I was married at the time. He was sitting there saying, hey, hi, Eliza. And I said, oh, well, this is my husband. He was like, oh, say hello. And as soon as he said hello to my husband and shook his hand, this man purposely disappeared. Didn't dawn on me. It was for the same reason. Didn't dawn on me. Years later, after me and my ex are no longer married. I mean, we're still friends. We're still cool. We talk all the time. But, we understood that, we were not, we're great people for somebody else. But for us was, our relationship was a learning curve. We didn't allow it to get so bad to where we were, butting heads and arguing and fighting. We kind of decided early on, being married might not be for us, but you know, we can still be friends. So
Mhm.
cool. That's exactly where we took it. And it's always been respectful. There's never been no low-key hitting on, no low-key flirting, nothing like that. So I've always sat there and said I was blessed to have really amazing men in my life, other than the first ex that wasn't shit. Because all the others always had a certain type of respect that came with them. Now, I didn't realize that's what I was looking for. That's what I was oozing off of me. But that was what I had. So afterwards, whenever I was single and he was single, and I sat there and I told him about that vision, and he sat there and told me about his. And so I was kind of looking after, you know, being taken aback for a minute. So I said, okay, so are we supposed to get together? He said,
I know, I
we
know
don't.
that feeling.
He was
I
like,
know
we don't
that
have
feeling.
to. It's, you know, the ball is in your court. We can do whatever you want to do. So I took a minute to sleep on it. You know what? Hey, you know, maybe it's something I ate, you know, maybe, you know, because I've always had weird dreams and shit like this, but I've always, you know, said it was something that I ate, something that I did, you know, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a day to sit there and think about it. Sat there and called him up and I said, yeah, I'd be interested in a relationship. He says, well, I'm not ready for one right now. Do you know this man called me back in 48 hours and sat there and said, okay, I'm ready? 48 hours.
See?
Wow.
See? And for me and we were having deja vu moments every time we talked on the phone together. And then came the moment when we started listening to big band music. That's one of our things. And we started reliving memories of our previous life together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, y'all gonna get a kick out of our previous life. Y'all gonna get a kick out of it for real. I finally
And
figured
then I just had a Kundalini breakthrough here not too long ago.
Oh.
And found another memory that was triggered when he was playing in my hair to help me come down from what I had did.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was playing in my hair and I looked him in his face and I said, you found me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I did.
Oh.
And he says, I didn't know that I was looking. And you know, the bond now is that much tighter, where one doesn't move without the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When he leaves the house to go anywhere, if I'm sleeping, I immediately wake up because I feel his presence is not in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And the same with me. If I leave the house, he wakes up.
Yep.
We
Because
can tell when the other one is gone.
That's the peace. That's the peace. That's what it is. And so whenever, even if you guys are in the same room, you feel that and it's peaceful. And it allows you to be able to sleep. Not only sleep, but get good sleep. Which means your body and your mind truly have to be at peace for you to get good sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's back there knocked out now, but he's restless because I'm not laying beside him.
Mm-hmm. I understand that. I mean, when it comes to, I've had awakenings, and I was sitting there and telling y'all. So we went ahead and moved to the area that we're in now, and it's a little. It's not in northern. Well, it's in Missouri. But
are you in the Northland?
No, but it was shit close enough, right? I mean,
okay,
it's so close. Look, the further north we're moving, the more white people we seeing. Okay.
Oh man, look, I already get it.
So when I sit there and I tell you, we don't know why the fuck we moved here, but okay, has anybody ever done any kind of, what the fuck was his name? He had a brother. It wasn't Billy the Kid. Was it Jesse James? So here's something funny that we sat there and we found out. This man looks like a slightly darker version of Jesse James. I mean, if you pull this
Wow.
picture up, that's what he looks like. Not only that, but whenever we moved, our house is not too far from where Jesse James's original home was.
Wow.
And when I sit there and I tell you, we actually went to a restaurant, and you know, they have all the pictures of, you know, older people. And of course, me being me, I'm looking for some blackness up there. You know, there's white
Right.
people. I'm gonna look for some chocolate, okay? Some specks of pepper. And
Right.
I looked at him and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I saw that, I was like, swear to God. So I was like, Exile, come here, come here, come here. He was like, what? I said, babe, it's you. He's like, no, it ain't. I said, babe, yes, it is. When we actually started, and you know, first it was a joke, and then it didn't feel like a joke. And then, I mean, like, he would have visions of the house that he was in, the day that Jesse James was actually killed, all that kind of stuff. Once again, we're like, okay, well, let's go to the Jesse James Museum because we're in that area. And we went to the museum. Now, mind you, it's actually his house, but they picked it up and they moved it. When I sit there and I tell you, the man, all he did was touch the doorknob and had flashes coming back. And I said, what in the dog hell? I said, oh shit, Jesse James. I said, okay, well, you know what? I need to sit there and look at a wife. He need to sit there and have a wife or something, right? So of course, back then, the wife was a family member. And I'm like, man, that shit ain't making no sense. And then, we're sitting here talking to somebody that's supposed to be hosting, this museum and shit. And I said, okay, well, did he have any kids? He had some that he knew about, and he had some that he didn't. Huh. Fascinating. We have some that we know about. There was one that we didn't, that presented themselves within the last 2 years. Fascinating. Okay. This was the wife, but do we have any images of priors? So why does the prior chick resemble a much younger version of me?
Oh wow.
And I'm sitting here like,
so y'all recirculated.
And look, same people gravitated together, same town, same amount of kids. Well, him separately, the kids I have with him, because I did have kids with my prior marriage. Well, 8 kids, but I'm just like, creepy. And the thing is, man still has the same personality, still has the same issues with fucking authority, still has the same, don't get me wrong, that's one of the great things that makes him the man that he is, because he doesn't have a problem sitting there and standing up to anybody. He doesn't have a problem sitting there saying, you know what you're not going to do is sit there and say anything about my wife. Because, I mean, shit, we can sit there and take it to, internet land, but we can also take it in real life. Don't have a problem with either one. You want to call the police? Call them. You're going to need their help. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it's so weird because I'm just like, and I guess they sat there and said that he was attracted to her and he wanted to marry her, but it wasn't socially acceptable at that time. And she happened to be one of the ladies at the brothel that he saved up enough money and got away from the brothel, which is crazy because that's I was at the strip club.
Similar to your previous profession. Yeah.
Right. I'm like, I was at the strip club for almost 20 years. Well, no, 20 years, give or take, like 22, 23. I was like, this is crazy. This is eerily crazy. And so, of course, me now being the level-head, I'm like, look, in my mind, I'm always like, okay, so I know how that one ended. Let's not have a repeat. You're the big dog on campus. Let's try to calm it down a little bit. And so we have sat there and done some healing together, which I'm hoping that that is going to be enough to go ahead and take that edge off of, so that we can relearn whatever lessons that we didn't learn, because if things are that, familiar,
Right.
Yeah.
makes me wonder,
Yeah.
are we repeating the same lessons because we're supposed to learn something different this time? So let's go ahead and learn how to go ahead and do some healing and be able to gain some clarity. And then we will be able to hopefully avoid said problem
Exactly.
whenever it
Right.
happens.
Right. Right.
So it was so weird. But then it gets to where now one of the things I also like to do is whenever we're sitting there talking about old queens and stuff like this, because one of the things I absolutely hate, and I get it all the time, I will have a group of Africans. Look, never fails. A group of Africans will argue with me about what part of Africa that I'm not from.
Mm.
Wow.
Oh no. We
Well,
was
of
over at
course, I
Walmart
mean-
yesterday. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is your name? Eliza. No. Not your American name. What's your real name? Eliza. No. What is the name? Where are your people from? Kansas?
But
No.
they
Where-
love to argue. They love to argue about that.
Where are you from? Not Wakanda. No, are you from Sudan or like a Nigeria or Uganda? I've never been to any of the above. Well, your people, where are they from? And I'm like, bruh, the middle state that's in the center of this place, of the Northern Americas.
Right.
When I sit there and tell you this man literally sat there and started picking shit out of my basket, and I sat there and was like, sir, I'm gonna need you to put that down.
Not them reaching in your basket.
Oh no, they reached in my basket, I had pineapple and I had mango. They took out my
Oh,
pineapple and my
no.
mango. Sir, exactly
No,
what do you plan on doing with that?
No, that's an ass whooping right there. Like, no, you don't touch my food now.
Bruh, at the checkout. We not in no damn aisles. At the checkout.
Oh, hell no. No, they's crossing the line.
Nothing. I said, sir, what you're gonna do is put that shit back down in my cart.
Right.
Oh. As if to say, you're not African? Nah, bitch, I'm not. Put my shit down.
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh my God, that is so disrespectful.
Right. And so then he sits there and whispers, because mind you, there's like 13 of them. So he whispers to this woman to sit there and ask me all these questions. And then my husband pops up. And he's like, here, baby, you wanted this? Did you want anything else? I said, no, baby, we got it. And I'm almost done ringing everything up. I was more than happy to put my fucking fruit in the bag. Okay. Because if you go in this bag, oh yeah, that's gonna be shit. I hope all y'all motherfuckers can fight like Wakandans, because it's gonna be a straight ass one.
Right.
So he literally, like, he looked at my husband and his entire demeanor changed and proceeded to sit there and have a conversation. Oh, that's your wife? Yeah, that's my wife. What do you want for her? Fuck you mean what I want for her? Yes, that he was trying to buy me from my husband. What? And my husband punched him in the face. You gotta be
fucking kidding me.
No, my husband almost punched him in the face. And I mean,
wow.
Had I not put my hand on his shoulder and be like, babe, you know what? Let's just go ahead and go.
Wow.
That shit. I said, babe, once again, baby, we're gonna go ahead and go. Because honestly, you're not gonna prove a point here. So you know what, babe, you right. He said, man, you lucky my wife is amazing. Because dude, if she wasn't shit, I'd be more than happy to give all y'all. And I'm just like,
I mean,
they bold like that for real up here, nephew.
The balls on these dudes, man.
Baby,
they bold like that for real up here.
Fucking coconuts, I'm telling you, and they don't.
Wow.
The woman that
they literally.
for,
wow.
the woman that I was working for part time when I first got here is from the Hausa tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of her brothers was trying to scream at me. Dude, no,
Boy,
no. And then he
dang.
automatically out of his mouth, why you American women no date the African?
I wonder why.
Look at how you're acting, first of all. I mean,
And
come on,
then
man.
when Unc came to pick me up from work one particular time, he turned his nose up like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
Man.
I
So,
literally, I was working. There was one time I was actually working at GM, and there was literally a guy that was from Sudan or Sudan
Mm-hmm.
and a Nigerian, and they literally got into a fist fight over me. I don't belong to neither one of y'all motherfuckers.
Wow.
mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I'm just, yes, they got into a fist
Thank
fight.
God.
So
Man.
imagine,
And basically, and Eliza will confirm this, they act just as bad as the American brothers.
oh God, worse. For me,
Yeah,
worse.
it sounds like they are much worse than us.
Yeah.
They make American black men look like a freaking saint. Oh my God.
Because over there, it's still that women are property. And
Mm-hmm.
and that's why. And so it's not really that they're, for them, they're not doing anything that's out of their, that's out of their culture or their understanding.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
That's also why they get really pissed off at American women, because we don't act accordingly, because we're not fucking property. I'm not gonna act like a fucking cow because I'm not a fucking cow.
When I was still in Texas, I had one say to me, and this part of Dallas, this is where one of the parts of Dallas I was camping out in for a short period of time during my homelessness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nothing but the fellas from the Igbo tribe, which is in Benin,
Mm-hmm.
Igbo brothers. And one of them said to me, if you respected men more, you wouldn't be out here on the streets. You American women do not respect your men. That's why you have all the problems that you have.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind if you're gonna go and troll people, babe.
Now I see why. Now you know what. Now, because I have a couple friends that are in Africa. I have a friend. I have like two friends that are in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Now I understand why they be telling us American men like to come over there and get and get them a wife, because the dudes over there, the dudes that they got to see every day, if they are like this,
these American men are gonna be fucking next thing since sliced bread. And that's one of the reasons I sit there and I tell them, well, you know what, go on over there. But here's the thing: as long as you're treating them good, that's absolutely fine. You got one time to fuck up. They got brothers, cousins, uncles, everything else, and these motherfuckers do not have a problem coming over there with a fucking machete and chopping you up.
Yep, machetes and shotguns. Machetes and shotguns and Uzis.
Exactly. They don't have a problem, putting somebody to death over disrespecting of their own. And that's also one of the reasons that, a lot of times whenever I'm on TikTok and I sit there and see so many African people like, oh, we don't have a problem with y'all, come over here. And I'm like, yeah, nah. I mean, thank you for the invite, but in my mind, if I'm having this much of an issue in my home turf, can you imagine if all I'm seeing is this? Because if I go anywhere, I'm bringing my fair-skinned husband, okay? And if y'all got a problem with him, I got a problem with me. And I mean, that's just it coincides. It's exactly like that. And it's just like, if I'm already having this much of a headache now, why would I bother here to sit there and go, oh, well, you know what? Challenge accepted. I want a rough life. Come on, let's go. Said no woman ever.
Matter of fact, nephew, this conversation I will have with you in private about what's going on over there with the women over there, as opposed to what we're dealing with here in America. It'll blow that cap right on off your head.
Oh, well, honey, we can always sit there in the live so we can all talk in private. That way it's not being aired.
Okay.
So give me just a moment. All right. Well, it is 4:13. I probably should have ended it at 4 hours, but my bad. But one of the things I will do is I will go ahead and give a shout out to everybody that joined this live. And I'm really not as many thumbs up as I expected, but I'm so happy that I have them anyway. So I want to go ahead and give a shout out to Miss 702 and Henny, the beautiful Black couple. Thank you so much for appearing on our show. The Clue Channel, who gave us a little controversy, but gave us really great questions to ask and really great things to ponder on. So thank you so much for joining. Herb Freeman, thank you so much. Rosie Wren, thank you so much for stopping by, beautiful. I'm going to say my beautiful Shift Happens. I love her name. Shift Happens instead of shit happens. I love it. Thank you so much for stopping and supporting Game Over 2. Always thank you so much for showing up. Melvin, thank you for making a beautiful guest cameo appearance. Brian King, thank you so much for going ahead and giving your input. Next time, I do want you up on my panel. And let me see if there's anyone that I missed. If I happen to miss you, I do apologize, but thank you so much for showing love and support. And of course, my hubby, who is always my #1 fan. So with that being said, thank you so much and good evening.